All right, good evening, everyone. I'm going to call the February 27th Plan Board meeting to order. May we please call the roll?
Sure. Bob Ackerman.
Here.
Megan Walker-Radke.
Here.
Aaron Condon.
Here.
Stephanie Sutton is absent. Christian Newman is absent. Thomas Hawkins.
Here.
And James Black.
Here.
All right.
Thank you. Could I have a motion to approve the agenda with the note that both items 1 and 2 have been withdrawn by the applicant?
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. May I have a motion to approve the minutes from the January 23rd meeting?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second for Mr. Ackerman. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Could we please read the announcement into the record?
Yes. Section 30-3.3 of the Land Development Code establishes the Plan Board, including its membership, rules of procedure and functions, powers and duties. The Plan Board is advisory to the City Commission on most planning petitions. Appeals of Plan Board decisions concerning special use permits are to a hearing officer within 30 calendar days of the decision. See Section 30-3.58C of the Land Development Code. The procedure for an appeal is set forth in Section 30-5.8 or 30-.58. 3.58. Sorry.
Thank you. Do we have any requests to address the board on items that are not on tonight's agenda? Seeing none, we'll move forward. There's no old business, and we'll go to the third item of the agenda since the first two were withdrawn. And could we read that item into the record, please?
All right, item 190982, amend future land use map from county commercial, office, residential, and residential to city commercial, office, and single family. Petition PB 19-00175 LUC, City of Gainesville, applicant requests to amend the City of Gainesville future land use map for 8 properties from county commercial, office, residential, and residential 0 to 2 dwelling units per acre to city commercial, office, and single family 0 to 8 dwelling units per acre. Parcels located on the south side of Southwest Williston Road at the intersection of Southwest Williston Road and Southwest 34th Street, south of the City of Gainesville boundary and west of the City of Gainesville boundary.
Good evening, City Plan Board. For the record, my name is Juan Castillo. I'm a planner for the Department of Sustainable Development. As mentioned, I am presenting petition PB-19175 before you today. This is a petition to change the land use for a recently annexed piece of property that's about 81.4 acres in size. It's located off of Southwest Williston Road and Southwest 34th Street. The proposal before you today is to change the land use from the existing Alachua County commercial, office, residential, and residential to proposed City of Gainesville office, commercial, and single family. The proposal before you today has been reviewed by staff, and staff has determined that it meets all the review criteria found in our land development code. That includes consistency with the comprehensive plan, review of the environmental impacts. This includes review of the Idlewild-Saranola study area, the availability of facilities and services, and need to modify land use categories for this area. Now, again, just to kind of underscore, this land use change request before you today is due to the fact that the property has been annexed into the city, and by state law, we are required to provide an appropriate city land use and zoning. This is the land use part. With that, thank you, and if you have any questions, I am here to answer them.
Does the board have any questions for Mr. Castillo? Seeing none, we'll open it up to the public. Does anybody wish to speak to this item? Please step forward and state your name for the record, and also please make sure to sign in on the sign-in sheet. 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Richard Keller, and I live on off of Southwest 56th Avenue, which is the scenic road. And I don't know where to begin, really. This property is within the Idlewild Serenole Special Studies area, and it borders the scenic road. And that has been the way it has been with Alachua County, has created this special study area, I think, close to 20 years ago. And if you go down that road, it is like a piece of Gainesville from 40 years ago, and that's why it's preserved, because it sits on the northern edge of Paynes Prairie, and it was deemed by Alachua County to be worthy of preservation because it was the whole area is a significant upland feeding into the Paynes Prairie. So the study area is critical to Paynes Prairie. The scenic road has got a lot of history associated with it, and you probably know a lot about it, but if you haven't been on that road and driven through this area, I urge you to do that. All of this was done by the Alachua County Planning Department. They have maps. They created this special study area for a good reason, because it was significant upland habitat surrounding Paynes Prairie. And most importantly, most of the residents in that area really cherish that area, myself included. And when the agenda item talks about it being comparable, I mean, I don't think they'll know where that comes from, because the development that's proposed and the zoning that's proposed is not in any way comparable to what you would see if you went down that road. Most of that is houses on 2, 5, maybe 20, 10 acres, and there's any development that's along Williston Road was grandfathered in at the time that this special study area was created. In the area across the street, where McDonald's is and Publix and all that, that's not in the special studies area, so that's not comparable. So I think I read the agenda item over, and it seems rather misleading to me. I am hoping that the city will, I know you've annexed this property, but the protections afforded by the special studies area should remain. I urge you to adopt a resolution to maintain those protections and maintain this area. And I think that's it for my 3 minutes. So I thank you very much, and I hope that you will consider not doing this now and consider this a little bit more, because the special study area and the scenic road are important issues to the county and to the people who live in the area.
Thank you, sir. If you could please remember to sign in on the sign-in sheet over on the other desk. Thank you, sir.
My name is Donald Shepard. I'm People's Representative, and as a People's Representative, I think that he's already took all my words, because exactly what I was going to say. And I think that this here should have been a city issue to take and obtain this road and obtain the things that the gentleman took and mentioned. I've gone down that road with my vehicle, and my vehicle has four-wheel drive. And for a four-wheel drive vehicle to get stuck there and to have them jet back and forth just to get out of there, that was quite a feat. And for to just go back in there just to see what's going on and what they're doing was an eye-opener. I'm not seeing how it's helping the property. So I asked that the same as this gentleman did. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shepard. If you could please remember to sign in.
I forgot to.
Is there anybody else who wishes to speak to this item?
Hello, I'm Corinne Keller, and I live on Southwest 56th Avenue. Um, Along that area, a great amount of acreage was just turned into either a park or a preservation area, and I can't remember the name of it right now. And that seems to me what this land should look like. It's just cows and horses. The UF horse farm is there. I see 20 to 25 species of birds every day from my dining room window. Again, I just think that for somebody to take that land and change it just to make some money, we've got lots of places where you can do that. But this, if we lose this, it's gone. So thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there anybody else who wishes to speak to this item?
I may get a little emotional about this because it's very important to me. My name is Suzanne Gautreaux, and I live there. I have lived there for many, many years. My mother was born out there. My grandfather was born out there on that road. The people that live there are special. They don't care about all the conveniences. Gainesville's come to us. We didn't ask them to. It just happened. The amount of water that we get, most of us on this road are downhill from all this stuff. When it rains, we now get flooded out. Back in the 40s, when that was mostly fields, we didn't get flooded out because the ground could soak it up. Now we have Okamic, we have office buildings, we have all kinds of stuff up there with the pavement and everything else, and we're getting all that water. I live on a piece of land that my grandparent and my great-grandparents planted their vegetables and their produce. That's how they made a living. I can't plant a garden there anymore because of all the water coming from uphill. And I can't see anything on the plans that we've seen that shows what they're going to do with all that water. Everything is up above this scenic road. It's all up above the scenic road. My property is a strategic ecosystem. All the water comes through my property, and it goes right straight across Rocky Point Road behind me and over to the prairie. This is not something that needs to be developed to the point that they're talking about developing it. It's just, I just can't tell you how much it's going to destroy in our area if that kind of development is allowed that close to where we are. And there again, that's me getting emotional.
Thank you, ma'am. Sir, if you'd like to, please go ahead.
I'm Dink Henderson. I represent the property owners, not all the property, but the biggest share of it. I think I should say a few things that may comfort some of the people that have complaints. We're actually pretty far along with some plans for this property. The scenic road that we're referring to has a 100-foot buffer, and of course we're going to keep that. That's about 3.5 acres. We're going to increase the green space on that side of the property, separating the really developed part from the scenic road and the residential, the low-density residential, with about 14 acres of green space. In regard to drainage, our largest project, which will be on 34th Street, is all going to drain away from the area they're talking about. It's going to drain towards 34th Street and towards Williston Road. We don't have anything, if we have anything on that side, it will be low-density residential. And then the commercial is all up on Williston Road. The high spot is about 2/3 of the way back. Everything there drains away from the scenic road, except that small amount that we have proposed for residential. It's a great location for office. By the way, in about 1990, And ever since, the comprehensive plan in Alachua County has called for 30 acres of this to be an activity center. We were told it was to be an activity center / employment back there, and as far as we know, it's always been that. And now we propose to put in mostly office, mostly employment, with commercial in the front. So, and the rest of it is already office up towards Williston Road, and we plan to stay consistent with that. So we appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Henderson. Is there anybody else who wishes to speak to this item? Please come up, you can form a line. We have a long agenda tonight, so the faster we can move through this, the better.
My name is Matt Clare. I represent Johnson Development. We're the developers for what will be approximately a 17-acre development on the site there for the veterans. My firm, we go around the country building facilities for our veterans, and we take a lot of pride in that. I know, a lot of places we go, we get a lot of this pushback, but I hope everyone here understands that we do need to build facilities for our veterans. And in communities like this, land is, at a premium. There's, very limited opportunity, and the VA is very specific about where they want these projects to be. So we've been fortunate to, I think, work within the confines of what the requirements are with the setbacks, with the scenic road, and I want to say that I think the development as a whole is certainly a Class A development, and I think the materials that we're putting on it are going to be Class A. So I hope everybody feels comforted in knowing that at least the development's going to be top notch, and we take a lot of pride in that. So thank you.
My name's Kate Lee. I had property up until 2 years ago, 11 acres that I put in a conservation easement just off the scenic road. I think what hasn't been addressed here at all is, first, the number of residential units that are planned for that residential area. And what we heard at the last meeting, when the developers' plans were described, is that the houses would empty out onto the scenic road. If any of you all have seen the road, you'll understand that this is impossible. The road isn't really a road. It's barely one lane, and it's lime rock. It has deep pits. It has deep valleys on the sides. And so we end up what? We end up with the scenic road being transformed the way Millhopper Road was, which is also a scenic road. I think that's really ugly. Who benefits from this? We've just heard VA for the VA veterans, sure. We all are sympathetic. Does it have to go right there? There's still a few spaces left in Gainesville that aren't as special. I wish it would be mandatory for each one of you to take a ride down this scenic road. This is the first one in the county's designation. I wish you'd have to take a ride down it, and it might make things clearer. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there anybody else who wishes to speak to this item? Please step forward. Again, we have a very long agenda, and we're going to try to get through this as efficiently as possible. We want everyone to be heard. If you want to speak, please step up, step forward now, so that we can move through this agenda efficiently and everybody gets a chance to speak. Please go ahead, sir.
Good evening. This is the Prairie Rim area, and it's really unfortunate that when they designated the Prairie Reserve, they were a little short-sighted and forgot that the prairie has a rim. What we have in that area are turkeys, deer. These animals cannot survive on the prairie at this time, and that prairie fluctuates all the time. There are even gopher tortoises on my property that I thought were protected at one time. Another thing is that my experience with Gainesville was they're really concerned, or were at one time, about light in areas. And the amount of light that is going to be produced just from this development is going to saturate a great deal of the area around it. And it's going to be a shame to waste that property because it's really unique. And there are lots of places to build something like this. I'm a vet. I feel really bad for these guys. They got really beat up over there for no good reason. There's nothing there for them to do. Now, I understand this is supposed to be some sort of day center for them. I'm an RN, I've worked as a psychiatric nurse. I have seen families pull up to one facility down in West Palm Beach and dump their family members off and run like hell because they're scared. And if you're going to have a facility like this, you need to have some sort of 24-hour protection for the vets when they get there, that they're going to be safe too. That's about it.
Thank you, sir. Could you please sign?
Sure.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name's Susan Munden, and I also live on the 56th Avenue and have all my life. It's pretty upsetting to me as well, but it seems that things move forward without a lot of consideration. And the road is beautiful. It really is. And it's close to Gainesville. You feel like you're in the country when you're there. And I understand that they want to build a beautiful, top-notch facility. But the land is special. It really is. What happened to wild spaces and whatever it is called? I can't even think at this moment. But does it have to be so huge? Does it have to be so top-notch? I mean, I thought it was going to be a primary facility. I thought it was going to be one great big building. I was, okay, you know, maybe these people won't be turning our dirt road into a highway, because that's what it's going to happen. It's going to be awful. You can't walk down it anymore. People, are they going to have crazy people there? You know, I don't know. Would y'all like that in your backyard? I mean, personally, it's sad to see it happen because I feel like it's going to anyways. And appreciate y'all listening to me. Have a good one.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there anybody else who wishes to speak to this item? All right, seeing none, I'm going to bring it back to the board. Do we have any board member comments or questions? Mr. Ackerman?
Mr. Castillo?
It's correct that we don't have a development plan before us tonight, do we?
That's correct.
And so what we're really doing is we're taking 84 acres or 81.4, whatever the number is, that is currently zoned by Alachua County and turning it into Gainesville zoning. Is
That's
that
correct.
Our normal policy is for that zoning to be comparable to what was already in place in Alachua County. Is that accurate?
That is.
And are we essentially doing that?
That is what we're doing.
So currently, Alachua County allows substantial development there. The fact that it hasn't come yet is not the issue that's before us, and we don't actually have a development plan in front of us. But it was not preserved land, even though it's in a strategic area, and that those protections will continue in Gainesville. All we're doing at this point is we're not approving anything other than it has now been annexed into the city of Gainesville, and it needs to have zoning. It is, while we technically have zoning on it that is Alachua County, in essence, it's unzoned. And all we're doing is applying the zoning that would be comparable to the county zoning that is currently governs that land. Is that accurate?
That is.
So your concerns about what's going to be built are perhaps misplaced, because much of that would have been allowed to be built already. This is really a change in jurisdiction. We're just applying Gainesville zoning to Alachua County zoning. We're trying to be as comparable to their zoning. Our zoning is not identical, and there is not a development plan at this point. So there will be another chance when somebody brings a development plan to comment on what is going to be scheduled to go there, or what is proposed to go there. Right now, despite Mr. Henderson, and I'm not questioning that in fact there are plans to do something, because landowners are entitled to do things with their land, but at this point there has not been a development plan brought to the city. So all we're doing is changing the zoning from county to city, and it basically reflects the zoning that is already there.
If I
Mr.
may.
Castillo, go ahead.
Also, as a point of clarity, the currently, just to reiterate what you said, right now what we're doing is we're giving the property city land use. That does not negate the Serenola study area that's currently there. So any development that comes before us, if the development comes before us, they would still be required to meet the Serenola agreement. That would include buffer on the scenic road. So that will go through the development review process with us. But the zoning and the land use that will be before you tonight will not negate that agreement.
Thank you, Mr. Castillo. Mr. Hawkins?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Castillo, you just touched on what was my question, which was whether any differences exist between the county environmental protections and our environmental protections. I was just looking through policy 4.7 or policy 4.7 and all of its sub-policies in the comp plan, and don't see the road setback. Can you tell us a little bit how that works regulatorily? Is that something in the land development code? Am I just not seeing it here in the comp plan? And just generally, are there any differences between our Serenola protections and the county's Serenola protections?
Really quickly, and on this one, I may ask Lily, if you don't mind, to help me out with this one, because she's more knowledgeable in this area. But really quickly, as far as the scenic road is concerned, we currently don't have any language in our land development code to regulate any scenic roads, because that's a county road. However, we would connect with the county and enforce the county buffer that they have established for the scenic road.
So how would that work?
So we would, in essence, adopt, if you will, the language that the county has for the scenic road. Adopt meaning we would be looking at the requirements that the county has already established for the scenic road, being that that's a county road and county maintained road, and we would require any development that were to come here to adhere to those requirements that the county has outlined for the scenic road.
I don't understand how that works. So don't we review development in our jurisdiction against our rules and regulations?
That is correct. But we also have certain things that we will connect with the county and let the county also review, especially when it comes to, for example, any kind of toxic materials. We will connect with the county for their comments, for their review. This would be one of those, I would assume, where we would connect with the county and
Yes. Sorry, just to
add also, a lot of this would take place during the development review. We do, through the system that we utilize through development, we would submit that to the county for them to make comment. And also to add, the city commission has forwarded or recommended that we also create our own scenic road requirements as well that are similar to the county's. So that is something that we will be working on and will come before you as well.
All this sounds excellent, right? I think this sounds exactly like, if the applicant anticipates this, then that's fantastic, and it sounds like it supports what residents want. My thinking though is, if we intend to comply with certain standards, they need to be in our code. Is there a reason that we wouldn't? We're amending the comprehensive plan right now. Is there a reason that we wouldn't add a sentence to policy 4.7 that says we're also going to comply with this, whatever this standard or setback is from the scenic road?
If it's, excuse me, that's my understanding. We're working on that.
Correct.
Correct.
That's what the city commission has forwarded to us in order for us to work on.
Why? I guess my question is, if we're amending the comprehensive plan right now, why wouldn't we add that policy right now?
That's what, I guess what I'm trying to say is that that's what we're working on doing right now. So this is something that has come before us, and we're working on actually including that language in the amendments to a comprehensive plan. Am I correct?
Just not with what we're doing today.
Right.
And I get what you're asking, but that's not what we're doing today.
Yeah, can we? This property is property that would be and this is in the Serenola study area. If we're making changes to how we regulate the Serenola study area.
Yeah, I mean, Andrew, can you? Yeah, so that can be a part of the recommendation.
Okay. Well, when we get time to make a motion, I'd be interested in if you have language in mind, Andrew, that would make this very clear to you. Feel free to speak up at that time. Otherwise, we'll try. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Castillo. Are there any other comments or questions from the board? Seeing none, does anybody want to make a stab at a motion here? Mr. Hawkins?
Yes, Madam Chair, I move that we I recommend that the City Plan Board recommend to the City Commission that it approve petition PB 1900175 LUC with the amendment that the text of policy 4.7 be amended in conjunction with this land use change to provide for protections of the scenic road comparable to those that currently exist in Alachua County.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Could we please read the next item into the record?
Petition PB 19-00176 ZON, City of Gainesville, applicant requests to rezone 8 properties from county zoning, highway-oriented business, residential/professional, and residential estate, 1 dwelling unit per 2 acres, to city business, office, and residential single-family, RSF1, 0 to 3.5 dwelling units per acre, located on the south side of Southwest Williston Road at the intersection of Southwest Williston Road and Southwest 34th Street, south of the City of Gainesville boundary and west of the City of Gainesville boundary.
Thank you. Mr. Castillo?
Good evening again. For the record, Juan Castillo, planner for the Department of Sustainable Development. Bringing before you the second...
By the way, congratulations on your new Department of Sustainable Development.
Thank you. I wish I could take all the credit for that, but I can't.
I would agree it's an
improvement.
I love it. I'll just say that. I love it.
This before you is the second part of this related petition. This is the zoning part. So we've already established where the property is located and its size. The current zoning for this property is Alachua County highway-oriented business with residential/professional and residential estate. The proposed land use for this property is single-family RSF1, general office, and general business. Again, staff has reviewed the criteria for rezoning and has found that this proposal meets all the criteria, which includes compatibility with permitted uses in the area, the goals and objectives in our comprehensive plan, and applicable portions of any current city plans and programs, such as land use and traffic ways and so forth. With that said, staff is recommending approval of the rezoning for this petition. And if you have any questions, I am here to answer them.
Thank you, Mr. Castillo. Do we have any questions for Mr. Castillo? Mr. Ackerman?
I'll just short circuit this. This is merely implementing the zoning that corresponds with the land use that we've just approved. And it also mirrors approximately the comparable land use or zoning that is currently applied by Alachua County.
That is correct. I will make a slight comment on that. Currently, let me see if this is the pointer. Is this a pointer? Where's the little light? Okay. So currently, the properties, the Alachua County Highway business-oriented zoning currently has a large swath of the property, as you can see here. This is a very intense type of zoning and would allow for intense development to go all along here. Our proposal is to limit that to two parts of the property, the corner that is located at Southwest Williston Road and Southwest 34th Street. And right over here, this is primarily to allow existing development to remain conforming. And then we're doing a lesser intense zoning of office to come around here and to kind of act as a buffer for the single family residential area here, so that intensity, the high intensity that was previously here would actually be mitigated, and the proposal would allow for a lower intensity development to occur here.
So effectively, we've reduced some of the zoning density that was previously in Alachua County and would be approved today.
That is correct.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Castillo. Any other questions from the board?
Quick
Mr. Blake?
question. The existing residential units that are allowed under the existing zoning versus how many would be allowed under the new, do you have any idea what the delta is between those?
Sure. We do have a higher density in the city. So currently, the county does allow for one unit of development per 2 acres. The city allows 3.5 units of development per acre. With that said, I'd like to show you. So, as far as uses is concerned, in spite of the higher density, the city has the city's single-family residential is not only, it is our lowest density single-family residential zoning that we have available, but on top of that, the uses are significantly less. In the residential estate, either by limited special use or accessory use, there's a significant amount more uses that would be allowed to occur in the zoning. Within the city, you primarily have single-family dwellings, community residential homes, and, well, you can see here, it's significantly less.
Thank you, Mr. Castillo. Any other questions from the board? Seeing none, we'll open it up to public comment. Is there anybody who wishes to speak to this item? And if you do wish to speak, again, we're gonna, even if you've spoken before, we're gonna ask you to state your name and sign in.
My name is Suzanne Gautreau, and I know that he's saying that that's the lowest that they have. The problem I have with that is that you're going from now where if there's 8 acres, you can put 4 houses, to where if there's 8 acres, you can put, 25, 26 houses on our scenic road. That's, that to me, that's an issue. When you're going to cram in that many more, or you could, I'm not saying that they would, but you could do that. That's basically quadrupling or more of what you could have with the county.
Thank you, Ms. Gautreau. Is there anybody else who wishes to speak?
This is Donald Shepherd, and I think that this is going to be be passed whether the people come and give their comments about the place or not, and that this is a shame. This is what they did to Butler Plaza and the Archer Road complexes, chased all the farmers and all the homeowners out of the area, and what do we got? We got a mess. We got this go-kart track we call Butler Plaza, and so now we're going to start on that side of the road and do the same thing, make another mess of our city and make another go-kart area. What about the sinkholes over there and the wildlife? It's not being addressed. This here is something that these people have been here all their lives. They farmed the property. They're the history. If anything, that should be left as historical land and should be nominated and be stated as historical land. That's how I see it as a people's representative, and I don't even live there. But that one time that I went back in there when I was running for city commission, and I went in there to view that property, and I seen that, I couldn't believe that we were doing this. So that's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shepherd.
Kate Lee again. It hasn't been emphasized that the residences.
Ma'am, could you please speak into the
Oh,
microphone?
sorry.
Thank you.
That the residences planned by Mr. Henderson would empty out onto the scenic road. That's just a monumental situation. It just changes everything. Again, if you all could see what's involved, you'd understand why it's a huge problem. No one would buy a house with the road as it is, and that's a good thing. Maybe nobody will buy the houses. We'd love it, but it's inevitable, obviously. So you have to think about how many automobile trips per house will be emptying onto and off of the scenic road, and see what a difference that will make. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Lee. And if you could please sign in again for us. Thank you.
My name is Susan Munden, and I'm confused on, I understand that the city wants to bring this property into their group or whatever, but there was a reason that the county at one time had, if you wanted to build a home, you had to have a certain amount of acres. And so now they're wanting to change that and turn it into a huge development where there will be a lot of people. And 100 feet is not a lot. My property width is 200 feet. So to see 100 feet, it's not a lot. And I don't understand why can't we make them 1 and 2 homes on the acreage that's in place now? Why do we have to change it to 50 homes on a small piece of property? It's really a nice area. It's close to the prairie. It's close to all the wildlife, and my grandparents had that property. I've lived there forever, and I know that it'll change it tremendously, especially if it's allowed to dump out on the dirt road. It's going to change it. I don't see how it couldn't change it. If y'all drive down that road, you'll understand. It's beautiful. Gainesville's beautiful. Trees are beautiful. You look at on a starry night, it's beautiful. It really is. You're not even scared to walk down the road because it's like, oh, it's. Please consider. Change something as far as how many houses. Money is going to talk. Money's going to talk. I get it. But change the number of houses, please. understand where we're coming from with that. All the people that live on that road own quite a bit of property, each one of us, and there's a reason for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Munden. Is there anybody else who wishes to speak to this item?
Good evening. I just wanted to add to what she had said about we own a lot of property. Well, I have 3 acres. It's not a lot, but it's a lot more than what they want to do with this, which is totally generated by money. But the people that own the property in that area now are not motivated by money. They're concerned about the environment, the critters that live out there, all this stuff. I have never put up any fencing on my property. I would not want to stop a hedgehog from going from one side of my property and into another. We have incredible birds out there. We have the swallowtail kites, which you hardly see anymore. It's just going to be a real shame to lose that kind of environment. And that area that they want to build in, it is heavily used by the wildlife. You not only see deer and animals back in our area, and I'm only a few hundred feet from where they want to do this, but you see you see them crossing the road on 34th, going from one area to another. And what we're going to do is just, I mean, they work so hard to make paths into Payne's Prairie where animals could migrate. Well, we're doing that. We're stopping that, but we're also just eliminating a huge environment. And if they were to build one house, I'm limited to one house on 3 acres. But if they were limited to like one house on 2, you still have a pretty decent environment. And that's something that we think about in that neighborhood. So we're not out there trying to build. I'm not coming down to the county trying to get permission to build houses on my property. We will run out of places like that. And once again, this is Prairie Rim. It's so scarce that it's almost sacred, to have this end of Payne's Prairie. So, okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there anybody else who wishes to speak? All right, seeing none, I will bring it back to the board for comments. Mr. Ackerman.
I'll just do a brief comment. Thank you. Which is similar to the comment that I made before, which is there is not a development plan before us tonight. I understand there's likely to come one pretty soon, but the underlying zoning density that's permitted in Gainesville does not mean that's what would go there. And some of that additional density allows for construction of some properties that would preserve most of the green space by clustering and doing some other things. Again, though, and you got to remember that you're also required to preserve environmental land, you're required to put in roads, stuff like that. So it's unlikely that we're going to have 6 or 8 houses per acre in a traditional suburban style setting. As a practical matter, there is no development plan. That would come and there would be a neighborhood meeting and there would be another hearing before the plan board and there would be another hearing before the city commission. So that's an entirely different thing. This is merely applying effectively the zoning that is comparable, and we do have a little more density. But as you heard Mr. Castillo, we reduced substantially the intense commercial that is currently permitted under the county zoning scheme. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ackerman. Mr. Blake?
Does the city have a zoning density that matches exactly, or is 3.5 per acre the minimum? Okay. Are there any cases where it has been lowered on a special use, or is that even possible?
The only time that may have occurred is if the lots were like non-conforming, they were already platted, pre this zoning district coming into effect, but. And, well, there is some allowances for cluster subdivisions, but that's just reduces like the lot size in some instances, but that's about it.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Blythe. Mr. Hawkins, is that you?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I have, so two comments. One is, we can have a special zoning, we can't have a special zoning designation because it's a zone at PD. We need like a PD report and a PD layout map. But through PUD land use designation, we can set different standards for the residential density. If we wanted something different than our default categories, we absolutely can. We'd have to do that in the last item, but I don't know, we can adjust the last item if we wanted to. So that's one idea. A second idea is, do we have an ag category in the city? So what's this category that we've got up on the north side of the city that we talked about the other week with regards to the Plum Creek project? What's the density allowed for that designation? Does anyone of our staff know off the top of their head? That would be the other alternative. Mr. Blythe.
1 per 5 acres?
I want to say it's 1 for 2, but I would have to,
I've got a copy of the code. I'm not saying that I would necessarily want to do that, but I would certainly be open to it.
Mr. Castillo, can you help us?
Yeah, I was just gonna say I'm new, so I don't entirely know what property you're referring to, Mr. Hawkins.
It was on our last agenda. It's up on the north side of town.
Oh,
So the minimum lot area for ag is 5 acres?
it's 1 per 5?
Do we have any other comments from the board? Mr. Blythe?
How does the Serenole Forest affect what can be developed on that property? One of the things in the backup has it literally cutting entirely through that residential piece it's proposed as the RS1. How will that affect the potential development? Just as a question.
Yeah, sure. Lily is our environmental.
Yeah.
Sure,
Are you
maybe.
talking about the Serenole Forest Strategic Ecosystem Overlay?
Yes.
Yeah. So basically, when a property is within a MAP strategic ecosystem area, they're required to do an assessment of the natural resources on the property along with their development plan submittal. And then, depending on what resources are identified and their extent and location, they're required to set aside a portion of that parcel as a conservation management area. And those areas are chosen based on the location of the regulated resources and connectivity to other conservation areas or potential conservation areas. So on this property, right now that assessment is underway. But assuming there are regulated resources on the property, up to 50% of the uplands could be set aside for protection of those resources in a conservation management area, as well as like preserving connectivity to other lands.
And would that stay within that chunk of the property, or can it be spread out through the 81 acres?
So in theory, it could be spread out, but part of the criteria of choosing your conservation management area, in addition to preserving the specific regulated resources present, is to maintain continuity of the CMA, as well as continuity with other forested lands and other lands that could potentially be set aside for conservation. So it's really better to set it aside as one large area that can be effectively managed for conservation.
Thank you.
All right, do we have any other questions or comments from the board? I would just like to make one comment. We kind of have our hands tied to some extent because this land has already been annexed into the city. We can't do anything about that. So we are required by state law, is that correct, Mr. Castillo,
That is
to
correct.
update the zoning to match city zoning of some kind. So
That's
we,
correct.
we have to make a decision of some kind where we're bound by state law to do so. So that being said, just to help clarify for everybody, I'm ready to entertain a motion if anybody's ready to do so. Mr. Hawkins, Mr. Ackerman?
Yeah.
Anybody ready to make a stab at it? Ms. Walker-Radke? We do need to move on. All right, Ms. Walker-Radke.
You should not get hopeful. This is not actually a motion. This is actually a question for Mr. Castillo. One of the questions from the residents in that area was that, or a concern, was that the homes that could be built in that single family, that residential single family area, would spill out, or their access would be off of that scenic road. I noticed that the single family zoning doesn't actually connect over to 34th Street. So the only access to that property is the scenic road. Was any consideration given to that, or whether that, single family zoning there could be some sort of provision made so that it would have access to, say, Southwest 34th Street, since that's going to be a denser development, potentially a denser development with more traffic than that scenic road has traditionally supported?
So, okay, so at this moment, there's not a development that has been brought before us. And I know that staff has heard many comments from neighbors that have made mention of a proposal for single family in this particular area, or some type of VA housing or something like that. This has not been brought to staff's attention. So the zoning for this parcel is staff just looking at what's appropriate or what's comparable to the existing zoning from the county. With that said, there is, of course, staff would work with the developer or any kind of proposal to not only look at access and the impact of that access on the development, but also proposals for mitigation of such accesses. So if once a proposal is actually submitted, they're required to submit traffic studies, and that would give us a better determination as to what are some of the mitigation that we can implement or require to deal with the impact.
And the easy answer to that is when a development plan comes, there's nothing that prevents them from putting a road through the commercial part. So we're not building a wall here. We got too many walls in this country. And this is, empty land. There's nothing that says a road can't give access to residential from 34th Street or from Williston Road or whatever we're talking about at this point.
I understand. Some of my questions are also to bring this information to the attention of the residents who are concerned about this. But I guess as a follow-up, when we look at some of these traffic studies, if it looks like there's going to be additional traffic, one of the mitigation options is to widen the road or pave the road. And I know that the residents are probably not interested in that since it's a scenic road. As part of, we talked about adding in some of the protection, bringing like the county protection for the scenic road over in the last item. Is there anything that you have planned on staff's side that would kind of be applicable with this as well? As part of, say, the scenic road protection, would there be something that says we're not going to actually pave it as one of the traffic mitigation options, that's off the table, so that if there was, the traffic study showed that perhaps the scenic road couldn't handle when we get to a development plan phase, that the road couldn't handle that additional traffic, that widening or altering the scenic road is something that would be off the table, that there would have to be some other option, like, say, running through the commercial? Is there any protection that's planned that might address some of the residents' concerns.
So, Lily, correct me if I'm wrong, but there is existing language within the county's requirements for scenic road that would prohibit the pavement and the extension, the widening of this road. If we are to incorporate such language from us, more than likely that's something that we would incorporate as well.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Ackerman?
Madam Chair, I'm willing to make a motion on this issue. Thank you very much. I move that the Plan Board approve petition PB 191760N as presented by staff today, based on the testimony we've heard here today.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Could we please read the next item into the record?
Petition PB-19-183 SVA CHW Incorporated Agent for Property Owners. Petition for vacation of right-of-way located within Block 1 of the University Place subdivision, located south of West University Avenue, north of Southwest 1st Avenue, west of Southwest 9th Terrace, and east of Southwest 10th Street.
All right, good evening from down here, Planning Board members. Brittany McMullen, Department of Sustainable Development. The item before you tonight is a request for street vacation. And the request is to vacate a portion of an alley located west of Southwest 9th Terrace and east of Southwest 10th Street. The existing right-of-way is 15 feet wide. The alley is partially improved, and it does contain utilities, and it does not continue past Southwest 9th Terrace to the east. So all properties abutting the alley to the north and south are included in the redevelopment plan for this block. So all affected property owners have signed off on this alley vacation, and the proposed development will be one unified development plan that will incorporate consolidated access points as part of the overall redesign. So the red arrows that you see here are an indication of the access points that will be available at the property. The curb cuts on University Avenue will be closed, so there's not going to be vehicular access off of University Avenue. So just to give you an idea of how the property will be accessed. So staff finds that the proposed vacation meets review criteria as specified in the Land Development Code and the Comprehensive Plan. The complete staff analysis is in your backup materials, but I have summarized the analysis for you here. So first off, the loss of the street is necessary for the construction of a high-density mixed-use project containing both residential and non-residential uses. This is consistent with the criteria specified in the Comprehensive Plan. The requested vacation will not foreclose future bicycle or pedestrian use or access to transit stops. The orange circles that you see here on the aerial image indicate the closest location of RTS bus stops, and there are several other bus stops within the direct vicinity. The vacation will not deny access to private property. All properties are accessible via the surrounding street system. There is no reasonably foreseeable need for any type of transportation corridor using this right-of-way. As I mentioned, there are utilities located in the right-of-way. The developer will be required to relocate these utilities as part of their development plan. Waste removal and emergency services will be available to the properties and is incorporated in the proposed design. And safety and design will be enhanced with the redevelopment of the block. Consolidated driveways will be provided with redevelopment. So this will enhance the pedestrian experience at this location, particularly for people walking along West University Avenue. Currently, there are a lot of wide driveways and curb cuts off of University, and not really a safe situation for pedestrians walking along that street. So that is going to be enhanced with this redevelopment project. And the next item that you hear will be the special use permit request for increased density at this location. So, because of the reasons previously stated and further outlined in the staff report, staff recommends approval of this vacation. Your vote on this item tonight will be a recommendation to the City Commission, who will make the final decision on this petition. And I do have the site plan that we can take a look at on the overhead and additional maps. And I know that the applicant is here with information as well. So I'm
Thank you
here for any
Ms.
questions.
Mullins. Do we have any questions from the board for Ms. McMullen?
I do, but I'll hold it to the end of the.
Okay. If the applicant would wish to make their presentation?
There you go, very good, thank you. I know that when you move 2 items off there, Chris and staff back there are shuffling to get them. Good evening, my name is Jerry Diedenbach, CHW Vice President, and I am an AICP certified planner, and I am here on behalf of CA Ventures this evening to request a right-of-way vacation inside the city of Gainesville. As a little bit of background here, this right-of-way vacation is for the purpose explicitly of creating a mixed-use, multi-story, high-density development on University Avenue, where today there is a gas station. The intent is a redevelopment project, and it is an infill development project, and it is currently a right-of-way that serves 3 residential properties to the south side, which are a part of this application, and you'll see some photographs of those later here in the presentation. As proof of the process occurring, we held a neighborhood workshop, and that was fun. Our only 2 attendees at the neighborhood workshop were a colleague of mine and another individual from the University of Florida who actually works in the building next door. We hold so many neighborhood workshops and we never get folks to them, but actually it turned, instead of being a workshop, more of a table-side discussion about what was going on. Our initial request when we first did this project was we were seeking to do a building that was taller. We were seeking to do a building that was 15 to 16 stories tall, which would be at the top limit. After that, we parried back and we contacted our colleague at the University of Florida who attended, Linda Dixon, who's also a planner, and we held an additional neighborhood workshop, and then we also began to work with the University of Florida's Architectural Review Committee. We had a meeting with Dr. Lane and several staff members, and then actually visualized the project and went to the Architectural Review Committee right before the end of the year in December of 2019. And we were given kind of a, keep working on this. This is a good idea. You know, we're not sending any letters for you at this point in time, but they were supportive of the project. So it is a necessity to vacate this right away because this is a very small piece of property. Let me show you some context aerials here and some maps. The area that we're talking about is here. It is a city block, and through the center of that city block is a little 15-foot right-of-way that dead ends into the corner of the old Bell South building, and then there is a chain link fence here that goes around the University of Florida's Human Resources parking lot here. As staff stated, we have RTS stops across the street and here, and the majority of the uses along University Avenue are commercial. It's the same on the south side, and as you transition south here into the Innovation District, you see Infinity Hall to the south side of this project area. This is a nice transition here because this oblique area shows really how bleak the area is. The 15-foot right-of-way that goes behind the gas station terminates right at about this point here at the corner of the old Bell South building. I remember in 1981 coming to school here and wrapping this building, standing for getting a telephone that you had, because you actually had to get one, that was wired to the wall in the apartment back then. Today, there is the Wing Zone, Gator Nails, and 1982 used to be here. Before then, it was Common Ground, and then there's also a Swin Shop, and then the BP gas station. These are the 3 houses that exist on the south side of the block, and you see that they've had successive additions to them to add more bedrooms and more people living there, because when you look at this area, it has transitioned a lot into student housing. The necessity is because we are coming back with a mixed-use, multi-story, high-density project and that right-of-way would go right through the center of here. We are planning an internal parking garage, in addition to having internal bike and scooter storing here, that is on the southwest corner of that property. And so to meet the dimensional requirements and the economy of scale of building a structured garage, it is necessary to take that right-of-way out. What we are doing, and when we started this project last year, is we looked at the difference of what is out there today versus what we are creating, since this is all in the transect zones now. And the big thing that we are doing is we are creating places for people. And one of the first meetings that we held when we began this project, as well as the one that you'll see last on tonight's agenda, the city now has a mobility director. We get a bite at the apple at a site of property probably once every 50, 60 years. And so we immediately wanted to look at what were the opportunities that were created by building now to the transect specific standards of the block and actually creating landscape zone, pedestrian zone, building frontage zone. And so what you see created versus what's out there today are actual areas for people to walk, additional on-street parking, wide spaces along the south and the west sides of the property here, where today only a 3-foot sidewalk or a 4-foot sidewalk exists in portions of the property. To activate the street in this project, because University Avenue and 10th are storefront streets, we are wrapping the building and its interior garage with active uses. This will be retail and service uses along University Avenue, and then portions of the in-house use for leasing, studying, and actually a bike locker and bike maintenance area will exist here, so that as residents take their direction toward the University of Florida or toward the I District, they move through the building, get their mobility vehicle, get out here on the street, and hopefully bike to campus, bike to the I District, or bike on the hipster highway of 2nd Avenue to downtown. The parking garage is illustrated here more in the periwinkle color that's in the center here, and then above that are the residential units. In lieu of the continuous curb cuts that exist along the gas station here and along 10th, we are actually moving the entrance to the garage here off of the storefront street and placing it on 1st Avenue. This one-way narrow area that you saw in the pictures earlier will be converted to urban design standards, and we are going to create this into a multimodal corridor so that also residents or guests or patrons or shoppers could pull in here and access garage areas here, as well as we will have off-street traffic for trash and service occur on this side of the building and not block any of the right-of-ways around the building. We are also including as a mobility element a dedicated rideshare pull-off. So say you call a friend, say, hey, let's go downtown to Dragonfly, or let's go to the top. This is a place where your Uber driver or your Lyft driver or your friend can pull in while you go through the corridor, get to the side of the building and exit directly into a vehicle, or during the daytimes when parcel delivery for Amazon, FedEx, DHL, UPS happens, those trucks will not have to park in the street or take parking spaces. They can pull in this designated area here, offload parcels, and go directly into the mailroom of the building, and it's really creating an urban space here. This aerial that we're showing here of West University Avenue shows you the actual subject block here. And again, as Brittany showed in her presentation, this little 15-foot strip here isn't good for much more than a lot of red Solo cups and maybe a moped, because when you see the other side, it has become probably one of the most abysmal little corridors here with all the crates, the refuse, and people actually parking in here. This will be inside of a building, if approved, and it will create a much safer place. One of the real primary issues here, when you look at this right-of-way, being that it dead ends into the University of Florida's property here, is this. If you ever went to any shows at the Common Ground or 1982, that little 18-inch sidewalk along that edge will be replaced by a full urban area all the way down the south side here, and you can see some parking spaces that have been created along here. So we will be widening this into our property to create this as an area that will be much safer for bicyclists, pedestrians, and of course motor vehicles, noting that it is a one-way south direction. We've also had some recent comments from city staff of trying to create a more multimodal connection from University Avenue to the Innovation District, because literally you're just a block away from the Innovation District. So this is an opportunity to actually create a new corridor here, and we will continue to work on that as we bring forward our CRA and enhancement plans through the development review portion of this project. So as you know, I'll buzz through the rest of this kind of quickly because Brittany has done a fine job, and your staff report and your city departments have reviewed this. In looking at the vacation process, the property owners on both sides of the right-of-way are the applicants here. And it is a process that's based on competent and substantial evidence, and the burden of proof is upon us tonight. The consistency that we have is dealt directly through the goals and objectives and the policies of the comprehensive plan and the Land Development Code, Article 3, Division 8, and specific 30-3.41. This little plat map here shows you that area. These are the lots to the north side where the businesses are. The gas station is on 8 and 7, and the retail is on 6 and 5 with those 3 homes on the south side here. One thing that we always consider, and we know that right-of-way vacations have been a sensitive issue of late, we often look at the policies and we forget to go back to the goals and objectives of what those state. And it states that the city can vacate a right-of-way if it does not prevent reasonable connection for existing and future public transit, pedestrian, non-motorized, and motorized vehicle trips. We believe strongly that we are enhancing all modes around here by actually implementing the urban transect zone design standards around all 4 sides of this building. When we look back up at what the goal is that drives this policy, it's about improving the quality of life, achieving a superior sustainable development pattern, creating and maintaining choices, and ensuring that a percentage of land uses are mixed and within walking distance of important destinations. This is immediately east of the University of Florida by about 1,200 feet. It's just north of the Innovation District and that burgeoning area of technology. It is close to Santa Fe College downtown on 6th Street, so we feel that this is the perfect area. And when you look at the goals in the transportation mobility, they speak directly to urban redevelopment, infill development, a variety of transportation choices. Today, it's okay for a car, and if you choose to walk on the sidewalk, that's it. By implementing the Transect design standards, we are taking this to a higher state that is more compliant with our comprehensive plan and land development code. The big one at the end of the day that we've talked about before at this room is 10.2.1. And in all cases, the loss of the street does not foresee reasonably or foreclose reasonable access for future bicycle and pedestrian uses because it's going to occur all the way around the block in an enhanced form. The loss of the street does not foreclose non-motorized access to adjacent land uses or transit. We are improving the entire block through redevelopment. And it is necessary for the construction of a high-density mixed-use project that has both residential and non-residential uses. And in this case, where it says or, we're also creating a proximity and a density of residents on University Avenue, so once they park their car, the rest of their life as people can be on the street, walking, skating, scooting, biking, or other means in the context area. There's no reasonable foreseeable need for any type of transportation corridor in the area because it's a single block. It meets the block requirement in the land development code, and it meets all aspects of the comprehensive plan and code. So when we summarize this, similar to your professional staff, we found that every condition necessary for the vacation of right-of-way was being met here. And so based on that, the proposed development that we've depicted here, once again, will implement the urban design standards of the transect zone around all 4 sides of the building. It will activate the streets on the storefront streets of University Avenue and 10th. It will include structured parking in the core of the building, which will be screened along the south and the east sides. It will concentrate the access points to the eastern side and the south side of the building, away from the intersection and the primary access point. It'll have dedicated passenger drop-off as well as parcel drop-off. And we will transform from a situation that looks like this to a situation that is a fully amenitized urban development. Therefore, your staff, in their staff report, have recommended you approve this application. They've supplied you with a draft motion for consideration. We would like to support what they have in turn told you and ask respectfully that you move to approve PB 19-183 SVA based on the competent substantial evidence presented this evening in the application materials, the city staff report and departments, the staff presentation, as well as our presentation and our testimony. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Diedenbach. Do we have any questions for the applicant? Seeing none, I'll open this up to public comment. Does anybody wish to speak to this item? Please step forward, state your name for the record, and please remember to sign in.
My name is Donald Shepard. I am tickled pink, or purple, or whatever the color was, of this project to happen there. This here needs to happen in that area. This is an epidemic area. I believe that was my picture of my van and then drawn in the picture there, but I could be wrong. But I support this. I support this 1,000%. I think this is a great opportunity for the development to happen that is going to enhance our city. So I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shepard. Is there anybody else who wishes to speak to this item? Seeing none, I'm going to bring it back to the board for any comments or questions or a motion. Mr. Hawkins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have some questions for Ms. McMullen. Brittany, there she is. Hey, Brittany. I'd like to talk about, I want to talk about 3 of the policies that are the criteria that we're supposed to review to determine whether the proposal's consistent. The first one is the requirement that the street vacation be necessary for construction of, can you remind me of the wording there? Necessary for the construction of a high-quality mixed-use project?
Let's see.
I can read it if you prefer.
Sorry, I'm just looking for. Okay, the loss of the street is necessary for the construction of a high-density mixed-use project containing both residential and non-residential uses, or creating close proximity of residential and non-residential uses.
Thank you. So the first thing that I thought of when I read that was this word necessary, which, you know, usually we use this in like a variance context or something. It's necessary because you can't use the property, or you couldn't have this use on the property without the vacation. So we wouldn't be able to have any kind of a high density mixed use project without the vacation. But I am familiar with the development that's happening between Alligator Alley and University Avenue. So, for example, the old Independent Florida Alligator building has a multi-story mixed-use high-density project going in. And I'm also familiar with the residential redevelopment that's going between Alligator Alley and Southwest First Avenue. A lot of it was done years ago. Trimark did a lot of it. Most of that is not mixed use. It's just residential, but it's high-density residential, and certainly puts that residential just a few feet away from the commercial use. So I guess my question is there something about these properties that makes them unable to be developed without the vacation?
The properties as they are now are developable.
Okay, so we don't need to vacate them in order to have some redevelopment. It's just I know Mr. Diedenbach mentioned the parking garage wouldn't fit without the vacation, but we can get redevelopment with an alleyway there.
You can get redevelopment. I'm not sure that you would get a high-density mixed-use project that would enhance the entire block as the proposed development is.
Okay. So the second one is the whether the public benefits from the right-of-way currently. And I know that I use Alligator Alley. I don't typically go all the way to the Bell South building. Usually I'm closer to 13th Street, but a couple of times a month I find myself on that right-of-way. What are the traffic counts currently? Sort of what do we know about how this is currently being used?
I don't believe we have any traffic counts on the alley currently. I know from personal experience just driving down the alley, there's one structure in particular that's very close to the alley. There are also some permanent walls and gates and things like that I feel make it a little bit hard to maneuver. I don't think it's the safest situation for cars currently. It is actually substandard in width to current alley requirements. So if a new alley were to be built today, it would have to be 20 feet wide. Currently, this alley is only 15 feet wide.
Do we have lots of substandard streets in the city?
I'm sure, yeah.
Yeah, I know we do. I live on one. Yeah. So we don't currently know sort of how many folks are using it or what kind of trips it accommodates.
Not that I know of.
Okay. And the last one that I wanted to talk about is the character of the area.
Sure.
So granting the vacation can't change the character of the area. Traveling down Southwest First Avenue today, everything is rear loaded. So there's on the north side. On the south side, there's some things that are side loaded. I think there may be some surface parking lots still where we've had medical office in the past. But on the north side of Southwest First Avenue, everything is rear loaded. In the diagram that Mr. Diedenbach showed us, Southwest First Avenue would change from a frontage where there's building faces that are accessible from the rear alleyway into a parking garage facade for almost the entire block, with the exception of that narrow area that he said would be the wrap that comes around.
Mm-hmm.
That really seems like a change in character. And to go from rear loaded to a parking garage face with the access, it seems like a change on Southwest First Avenue. Is that something that you thought about or that you considered in evaluating this?
Sure. I mean, I think that goes more to the overall design of the development more than the removal of the alley. So the design of the development is allowed under the code currently. So there's nothing in the code saying that they can't load off of First Avenue. In fact, the code requires that they cannot load off of 10th or University because those are both storefront streets. So the code actually requires for access to be off of one of those two local streets. It only makes sense for First to be the access point because 9th is a one-way.
Well, let me ask a slightly different question then. If we didn't vacate the street and we saw a redevelopment proposal for the three, I know they're not, some of them are currently residential. One of those buildings used to be my dad's office when I was a little kid, actually. He had a building office there. So I've been inside, I think, the center of one of those houses, or maybe the one closest to 9th. But if we redevelop those three residential structures under the code today, wouldn't we have access to those parcels from the alleyway? I mean, could we do just a parking garage on those things?
Could you do a parking garage? I don't think the parking garage would load from the alley, but I mean,
if you were going to redevelop those, would you
Right.
have access from the alleyway or access from First Street?
I think you could have access from either. Correct me if I'm wrong. No. But yeah, you could use the alley to access the properties.
Okay. When I think about all these things together, my thought is that it's not necessary for construction. We've got buildable property without regard to whether we vacate the street. I know that I use Alligator Alley, and without some kind of a data showing that the public doesn't benefit from this, I have a really hard time believing a bold assertion that the public doesn't. And when I saw the elevations on First Avenue, I mean, that's a radical change to the way, I think that neighborhood has added a lot of density and changed, most of it in a really positive way. Putting the rear end of a parking garage on that street is a big change in direction for the neighborhood. And now I'm talking to the board members, not to you, but we can redevelop this community without getting rid of the existing street network. And that ought to be the charge for folks who want to redevelop in the community. So I'm down on the proposal.
Thank you, Mr. Hawkins. Mr. Person, do you have a point pertinent to Mr. Hawkins' concerns?
I think, no, I was just going to mention, I think that it would be helpful to the board's consideration that what you're being asked tonight, or your decision about vacating or not to vacate, is a legislative decision. So I think Member Hawkins brings up some I think points of consideration. It's not a quasi-judicial decision where you're actually just applying standards and the board has a little discretion. The board actually has more discretion in this type of decision. That's some guidance that we received from the city attorney's office on another right-of-way vacation in a past petition. But I thought it would be pertinent for the board's consideration tonight that the criteria that you're reviewing, you should be reviewing those from a legislative standpoint, not necessarily from a quasi-judicial standpoint.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Ackerman.
I'm just making a board comment now. It appears to me, first of all, that's the end of Alligator Alley there. And it's pretty much a shambles at this point. I drove down it today. It's very hard to drive a car down it. It has got crumbling buildings on both sides of it. Buildings that are not in well-maintained condition. The fact is, the proposal we have before us meets the policies and goals that have been outlined by the city for years. It is adding density where we want it to be on University Avenue within 1,200 feet of the University of Florida. It's multi-use. It wraps the building and redoes what is currently semi-impassable around sections of that block. It's a short block. I think it's the perfect concept for that piece of property is to remove all of those crumbling buildings, and the alleyway I find is required. The vacation is required in order to build the project that's being proposed by the petitioner, and I'm absolutely going to support it.
Thank you, Mr. Ackerman. Mr. Hawkins?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to, I agree with the majority of what Member Ackerman said. It's definitely ripe for redevelopment. We definitely want that redevelopment, but we're getting it while also keeping the parking and loading off of University Avenue and off of First Avenue. That's the development pattern we've got in the area, and I think it's the right pattern, and I think that we should continue that pattern, not move loading down to First Avenue. But I think that's the distinction between what I'm saying and what Member Ackerman is saying.
Thank you, Mr. Hawkins. Mr. Blythe?
Yeah, it's a tough one. I mean, I think when I look at it from an architectural standpoint, the efficiency that you get with the garage, kind of as proposed, without bisecting it into two pieces, is super critical. It's going to be tough to get the density that you need dividing it into two pieces without being able to kind of share that ground base. My fear would be if it's not done the way that's proposed with the utility load-in on the alley, that it could actually get forced into a worse condition where you'd have garbage trucks and utilities have to use first. That's what I would be afraid of. I mean, if there's any wiggle room, it would probably be on that alley that runs, perpendicular between University and First. I walk this street almost every day, and it's the, Infinity Hall is already kind of creating a pretty strong urban edge there. So they do have, bicycle load-in and some of their access right off of it already. There's no vehicular access other than the parking lot that's right kind of next to it. That's sort of creating that load-in, load-out. I would just be worried that we wouldn't get that correct density and that feel of kind of the urban edge wrapping the corner if we bisected it with vehicular access there.
Thank you, Mr. Blythe. Mr. Hawkins?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to ask Member Blythe, what's your thought on, I don't know how they're parking the building that's where the Independent Florida Alligator used to be. And I also, it's not finished enough for me to get a sense of aesthetically what it looks like. But it's certainly at least the kind of use that we're asking for. What are your thoughts on that? Because I mean that's a project that's been done on a piece that's north of the alleyway.
Right. So I'm with you. I actually haven't seen the plans. I don't know how they're loading in and out. It does look like they're creating the same condition where they've got kind of a retail, wrapped around the corner, which is similar. In this case, it is nice that if I'm remembering correctly, that does wrap as far down as it can towards First. I mean, it's always great when you can try to program a little bit more of that First Street side, if you will. In this case, though, I think realistically it would be really difficult to get retail to survive kind of on that First Street side. So the fear would be a vacant retail piece instead of kind of a programmed piece from the building. That's what I would be worried about, is that kind of corner and that backside. If it's not done correctly, it could be vacant versus maybe there's like a more decorative screen wall.
May I don't know that we required to have commercial on First. I mean, in my imagination, if you loaded it from the alleyway, First would be residential entrances, not necessarily commercial space.
Right.
Or, you know, whoever developed it ultimately wanted to put on their ground floor.
Right. Yeah, I think some of that is you're trying to get the traffic to come down. I think Mr. Diedenbach indicated that you would have people coming down and out, kind of funneling towards the university, funneling out into that First Street side. So hopefully it's designed in a way that the pedestrians are kind of encouraged and not penalized the way that the garage, you know, would kind of operate. I did like that there was two sides of the entrance there. So it is kind of, it'll be interesting to see. It's, in this case, with it being at the terminal end, as was mentioned, you know, that University of Florida property is not going anywhere. I mean, this really is the end. So if it can have some of that connectivity that we're starting to see in that sort of 9th Street extension, some of that to kind of filter things from University down into the hub area, I think as long as that urban edge is done in a way that it really is a shared use and it doesn't feel like it's just for vehicles and I can walk on it, as long as it's done in a way that, you know, it's kind of that Wiener for that living street where you feel comfortable walking, biking, or maybe there's a car that happens.
Are you talking about 9th now?
Mm-hmm. As long as that is still somewhat pedestrian friendly, and it looked like it would be based on the, you know, kind of that zone that was drawn around it. I think as long as that's the case, I would be in support of this.
All right, do we have any, Mr. Hawkins? Do we have any more comments from the board? All right, Mr. Diedenbach?
Just briefly, Madam Chair, what Board Member Blythe was saying is that's what we're looking to do with our CRA portion of that. And again, the city had contacted us as we continue to design this and what we're going to do for CRA compliance and amenitization. And that 9th connection from University Avenue down seems to form that living street area there. And I think everything that was said here was well interpreted from what our direction is. We have in the southwest corner the bike maintenance room, the bike hanging lockers, and the idea is to get the residents from the core of the building to that southwest corner and then let them distribute into the I district and toward campus and all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Diedenbach. All right, do we have any more comments or questions from the board? If not, I'm ready to entertain a motion.
I think we have to open it to the.
Oh, we haven't opened to the public. I'm sorry, I lost track. We'll open this up to the public. If you wish to speak, please come forward, state your name for the record, and please remember to sign in. My apologies.
Hi, good night. My name's Jody Gentry. I'm the citizen that he mentioned attending the town meeting. I'm here only as a Gainesville citizen, not in any kind of professional capacity, but I've been observing that block for quite some time. My office actually has a vantage point of looking out at the block that's being considered for redevelopment. I look at it every single day as part of my professional life, but again, I'm only here as a citizen. I've lived in Gainesville, my husband and I, for 30 years. I actually have no objections whatsoever to tearing down those buildings. I can attest to the Solo Cup I guess, landscaping that persists there, but I do have deep concerns about density. I know it's a very hot topic. You all feel a certain passion for it, and you believe that it is important. I, too, agree that that particular part of Gainesville needs quite a lot of attention, but increasingly my question is, who's in charge of these projects? I listened with great interest to Mr. Ackerman's comments about zoning related to the previous project that was brought here, and it does appear that you evaluate projects based on whether they meet zoning requirements or not. And this particular property was sold with some expectation that at least 14 stories could be developed based on zoning. It was contemplated later to increase it to 16 stories, and it prompted a town meeting. And I have to say I'm delighted to see some changes that came from that conversation.
what's going to be coming as part of this conversation, unrelated perhaps to this discussion of the alley being vacated, and though again, I look at it seriously, I look at that every day from my office, I can see it. And again, this is not a professional contribution, but it is a vantage point that I provide. I do say that as we contemplate making how many people can live in that space, given what the character of the community that Mr. Hawkins spoke to, seems to me we can do better. It seems like we can gain some control over what this redevelopment effort really looks like. I think, as a citizen, that the standard, for example, is generally considered to be a fail. It's 10 stories. What's being contemplated is higher, and now they're returning to us to ask us to consider, as a second part of this conversation, how many people can we put in a particular block? For sure, that area needs substantial effort, and I was, again, thrilled when I heard they were tearing down those buildings. But when I heard what was being considered, and then I saw the signs that said, come to a town meeting to discuss additional density. So we went from, we couldn't go to 16 comfortably, we are dropping it back down to 12 or 14, but we want to cram as many people in there as we can. And we began with a conversation associated about the alleyway as a way to talk about that. And then we're trapped, right? Because once we're in there, then the zoning allows other things. And I was struck, Mr. Ackerman, that you use the zoning as a construct to evaluate whether there's actual merit in what we're doing to a community. So I bring this up at this point because I'm not certain, once you start voting for things, there's a certain kind of effect. You voted for one thing, and then inherent to that is, well, you were in Alachua County, now you're in Gainesville, and so that means these things have to apply. I am struck by the lack of control we seem to have here because our zoning seems to be working against us as a community. I believe strongly in a vision for a fantastic Gainesville and that we could do much better than where we are. The strategic development plan that was conceived of with an effort between the city of Gainesville, the University of Florida, and the county, I think promotes a vision of something fantastic, walkable, density, living spaces, and commercial spaces.
Ma'am, we're almost 10
I'm
minutes over
sorry.
time. If you could just wrap up
Sure,
your comments.
but I am saying that as we contemplate the alleyway, where this leads us is to a space that may be denser than that particular part of the Gainesville community can actually really withstand, given what else is happening in that part of the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gentry. And if you could please remember to sign in. If there's anybody else who wishes to speak to this item?
My name's Don Shepard, and as people represent, I see this as an enhancement to our city, not an employment. This woman's business being back there, why did she choose to put a business back there in a blinded area where it's a residential? I wasn't around when she started her business, I don't believe. But this here business in this building is a beautification to our city. What Mr. What he has chicken, I forgot his name, I apologize.
Mr.
You're
Diebenbach.
one of my best friends. You're dear contractor of our city. And for this not to take place in this area, would be a shame. Because our students need this. There's nurses at Shands would be moving in there. This here is something that we desperately need in that area. We got blightement of those old buildings. It's been there, blightement for years, and that alleyway really don't get used that much. I go through there too, and I see that road so narrow. If you reached out with your hand, you would get your fingers scratched or broken. But I beg that you're taking past this because this is something we need as far as beautification of that area, and that's what I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Shepard. Is there anybody else who wishes to speak to this item? All right, seeing none, I'm going to close the public comment and bring it back to the board. Mr. Ackerman?
I'm prepared to make a motion. I think this project meets the goals and policies of the city at its density in a place that we want it to be. Looks like a good project to me. I move that the Plan Board approve petition PB 19183 SBA, and I guess that's contingent for me anyway on approval of the next petition, which is the rest of the project. Isn't there, aren't you bringing another one? I'm not in favor of vacating this right away without a project that it goes with.
Mr. Hawkins?
Can we make the vacation, can the vacation be contingent upon
I think I just
ultimate
did.
development? That'd be fantastic if we can do that. And my understanding is as soon as the commission adopts a vacation ordinance, that gets filed in the public records, and that's it. Would we wait to file that until after construction or something?
I'm sorry to.
I think it's an excellent idea.
I think it's a dumb idea. Never mind. I withdraw my old motion. I move to approve petition PB 19183 SVA.
All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second for Mr. Blythe. Any discussion?
I have a discussion.
Mr. Hawkins?
I just reiterate my point from earlier. We are getting redevelopment of the exact kind that we want with Alligator Alley in place. And I think if we take out the alleyway, we're going to turn First Avenue into our loading zone. And the site plan diagrams that Mr. Diedenbach showed us exactly prove that point. So I think that we should vote down this motion and then recommend that the City Commission not approve the vacation.
All right, any other comments? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No. Motion fails. If we could please read the next item into the record.
Petition PB-19-182 SUP CHW Incorporated Agent for Property Owners. Petition for special use permit to increase residential density from 150 units an acre to 175 units an acre in order to construct a total of 210 multifamily dwelling units located south of West University Avenue, north of Southwest 1st Avenue, west of Southwest 9th Terrace, and east of Southwest 10th Street.
Good evening again, board members. Brittany McMullen, Department of Sustainable Development. This is the companion petition for the property that we just discussed. The property is generally located at 931 West University Avenue. There are several parcels involved with this request. As we previously discussed, all of the parcels abutting to the north and south are part of this request for special use permit for increased density. So the request is to increase allowable residential density from 150 units per acre to 175 units per acre in order to construct a total of 210 multifamily units. So the comprehensive plan and the land development code allow for increased density at this location with approval of a special use permit. Taking a look at the existing conditions of the site, we've already talked about it a bit with the last petition, but just to reiterate, the zoning is DT, which is downtown. The land use is urban core. The property size is a little over an acre, so it is a fairly small piece of property. The allowable density in the DT zoning district is 150 units per acre, and the density allowed with a special use permit is 175. So that's what the applicant is requesting tonight, is 175 dwelling units per acre for a total of 210 units. The currently existing uses at the site are a gas station, retail, personal service, and multifamily. So staff finds that the proposed development meets review criteria for a special use permit for increased density. Again, there is more extensive analysis in your backup materials in the staff report, but just to summarize, increasing the density at this location is consistent with the comprehensive plan and land development code. The land use designation and zoning designation at this location call for high density developments that are within close proximity to important destinations. The additional density would be compatible with the existing land use pattern and future uses designated by the comprehensive plan. The surrounding properties are designated for high density as well, and as you know, we've been seeing a lot of redevelopment in this area with high density development, so staff believes that it is consistent. Increasing density would not adversely affect the health, safety, and welfare of the public. The proposed ingress and egress allows for safe travel. Increased density would not impact adjacent property zoned for single family, since there are no adjacent single family zoning districts here. Noise, glare, and exterior lighting or odor will not negatively impact surrounding properties. These are lighting, things like that are things that are looked at during the development plan review process. There will be adequate provision for refuse and service loading areas. As we previously discussed, there will be a designated loading area on the western portion of the property. Necessary utilities are available. As I mentioned, some of the utilities will need to be relocated by the property owner, developer, as part of the redevelopment of the block. And the last criteria that the code asks us to look at is whether or not special requirements set forth in the land development code will be met. So two kind of special requirements here related to this project are historic district buffering. So there are historic districts within 100 feet of the property. So the code requires a reduced height for those portions of the building that are within that 100 feet. And the applicant has designed the project to meet those requirements. In addition, there is a requirement for a maximum bedroom count in the UF context area, and that requirement will be met as well. So if we take a look a little further out at the area and talk about the type of development that we see that's currently existing and under construction, and just the context of the area in general. As we previously mentioned, the University of Florida is a quarter mile, maybe less than a quarter mile to the west, so that's well within walking distance of this property. Additionally, Santa Fe College to the east. The property to the south is Infinity Hall, which is a multi-story student housing building. Further south, there's the Innovation Hub. There's also a proposed food truck park location there. Directly to the west is the Hub on Campus project. Further north, we have the standard Hub 2, and the Mark is another proposed development that you'll hear about later this evening. So buildings like the Innovation Hub, Infinity Hall, Hub on Campus, these are examples of existing locations which are similar in design and scale. So the size and design of the building meet the requirements of the Land Development Code. The building, as you see, can be built by right. What is being requested is additional dwelling units. So staff finds that the increase in number of units is appropriate and recommends approval of the request.
Thank you, Ms. McMullen. We have a point of order. Mr. Ackerman?
I have a question for Ms. McMullen, which is, since we failed to pass the right-of-way vacation, this project that we're about to approve is not possible. Is that correct?
Well, the City Commission actually has the final say in the right-of-way vacation.
I understand, but we're kind of in an absurdity here at this point. My second issue is, while my motion failed, we never actually had another motion.
That was my mistake. So,
It's fine. I think it's by all of us.
Mr. Hawkins.
I wanted to make a comment too, which I don't know that we will pass this. If we deny the special use permit and then the city commission grants the vacation, it would be a year before the applicant could request a special use permit again. I'm fine with that because I'm prepared to vote down the special use permit, but you know, it might be reasonable to postpone the special use permit until after we know whether the city commission is going to grant or not the vacation.
So we have multiple issues that we're dealing with. Should we go back to the previous item?
Let's just take care of the previous item.
Let's take care of the previous item and then move on. Ms. McMullen, my apologies.
I move that the city plan board recommend to the city commission denial of the request for vacation in petition PB 19183 SVA.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
All right, motion passes 3-2. And now let's move back on to the item that we just heard the presentation on. So I think Mr. Hawkins has a good point that maybe we need to table this until we know what the city commission says.
I think we're fine either way. I think it's just the applicant's discretion. And
Okay.
if the applicant wants us to hear it, I think we should hear it.
Okay. So is Mr. Diedenbach still
He
here?
just stepped out.
Okay.
Probably to discuss this.
Okay. So, do we have any questions for Ms. McMullen while we wait for Mr. Diedenbach to return?
Question.
He's returned.
Mr. Blythe?
I have a question about air rights. Is that something that is at all possible? You can still keep the alley, keep any of the density, or do air rights typically not exist over alleys?
I don't believe there's a process within the city to allow construction over the alley if it remains a public right-of-way.
Thank you.
Mr. Diedenbach, are you prepared to speak, or do you need more time?
I was prepared to speak, but I would like not to lose the mic muff here. Sorry. I guess that was my general contractor skills that I got granted earlier.
Several of us are losing our puffs.
Indeed. So I would like to know what the direction of the board would be this evening, in the sense that you've heard a presentation from staff, and this is a quasi-judicial proceeding. You have heard your staff state that this is consistent with the comprehensive plan and the land development code. I'm going to give you a presentation similar that is demonstrating full compliance, consistency with the comprehensive plan and land development code. You could make a recommendation tonight that is contingent upon the city commission's approval of the right-of-way vacation, because ultimately they make that decision. So I would ask, is the board amenable to making a conditional SUP recommendation pending the city commission's decision of the right-of-way?
I'll take the temperature of the board. Does anybody have a strong opinion on this?
I know where I am if we vote on it. I think we either. I'm happy to not vote on it, but if we vote on it, I mean, we can't tell Mr. Diedenbach what our outcome's going to be. I never know what we're going to do before we do it.
And I don't expect to hear what your outcome is, but all I'm asking is, would the board consider making a motion if it went in an affirmative direction that was contingent on the city commission's actions?
The staff report actually does contain a recommended condition that it is contingent on the vacation.
Okay. So if we use the recommendation that's in the staff report, that condition is already there?
Yes.
Okay. All right, then why don't we proceed with the item, since the condition that you would like is already there, and if we follow staff's recommendation, that base would be covered.
Okay, thank you. Is everyone okay with that?
Nobody wants to talk very much tonight, except for
I'm okay with that.
two people, so.
Indeed. All right, if we could have the next presentation, please, that deals with the special use permit. Again, for the record, my name is Jerry Diedenbach, CHW Vice President, and I am an AICP certified planner. The item that you're hearing now is the special use permit, and this special use permit is in accordance with the Comprehensive Plan and Land Development Code, and it is asking for one thing. It is asking to go from 150 dwelling units per acre to 175, which is mathematically a 16% increase in density. We are going to provide you with competent substantial evidence tonight of why that is necessary, and it is a factor in what we are doing here. The request 25 additional dwelling units per acre, and as you recall, this is a very small site. It's roughly 1 acre. All right, we are proposing to redevelop the property with a single mixed-use multi-story building containing retail, residential amenities, structured parking for residents, tenants, and guests. So there will be shops there, and of course they will hopefully have customers and diners and patrons of sorts. This was legally advertised, and as I stated before, and I want to enumerate a little bit on that, once we held the initial neighborhood workshop, we were contemplating a PUD-PD route because we were contemplating between a 15 and 16-story building, taking it up to the maximum allowed in the land use and zoning classification. We, after having comments at our neighborhood workshop and then picking up additional comments after that process, scaled the building back to the by right height of 12 stories. In so doing that, we lost a component of the building that was under consideration, and that was an affordable housing component. It takes 12 stories and 175 dwelling units in this building per acre to make the building financially feasible. I have professional architects, the project manager, and others here tonight to testify to that. We scaled this back to the point where this project does have financial success, but we were taking out a component that was actually kind of an extra gimme in there, which would have been the affordable housing component. The timeline that I discussed, after the initial neighborhood workshop, we worked with staff at the University of Florida and actually took the design and worked with our architects, Dwell Design Group out of Atlanta, and actually presented this to the University of Florida's Architectural Review Committee, where they stated, and paraphrasing of course, that we're next door to you. We just put a lot of money in the renovation of that old Bell South building, but that's not our forever building. That may graduate or that may mature to something else, because with the transect zoning up and down the University Avenue corridor, this is a corridor where it is the best place to place high density residential and mixed uses, because it would help our businesses survive along that corridor. The existing conditions along here, we've got a vacant gas station across the street, and there are other vacancies. We need to put residents here, people that will eat, drink, dine, shop, buy clothes, and services along this corridor. It is imperative to this project to have the additional 25 dwelling units per acre. Today, here's a gas station and an alleyway behind the gas station. If you're unhappy with the queuing, you can take any one of these continuous curb cuts, cut across here, and hop on University Avenue. In many ways, what we have presented is far safer and inures to the public benefit, more so than leaving the existing conditions there. This is the street condition today. As you can see, the pedestrian here takes their chance because the continuous curb cut at the BP goes here to the light pole and picks up again to the east. We are talking about adding additional on-street parking here and really developing this to urban transect standards. And sometimes there are things that need to be compromised. In that scenario, that means taking out age-old structures and building with new reinvestment. Conservatively speaking, the valuation of what is on the property today is a 20th of what will be there and on the tax rolls in the future. And it will add hundreds of people along this corridor to benefit the residents and the other merchants that are up and down the corridor. This is the house that is on the southern side in the southwest corner of the block. As you can see, it's been added on outside of internal HVAC. There's the window unit. There's the salvaged fence and the chain link fence that runs along the 3-foot sidewalk on the west side. There's the center property, and if you want to play dirt basketball or beer pong or jump your bike, that's the condition that property is in. And the last house on here is the nicest of the three. It's a church house. We offered this during the course of our neighborhood workshop to have 4 future, or hopefully future lives in here. Number one, we contacted local preservationists to ask if they would like to disassemble and move the viable components of the house to another location in Gainesville. Number two, we haven't had any interest in the first one, so we are going to contact local salvagers and restorers to see if they want any of the component parts, the cornices, the actual historic windows and elements like that. Number three, we would offer that to the city of Gainesville's emergency services, police, fire, and so forth, and they could use it for training exercises. And lastly, the fourth option, which we don't favor, is the properties would be demolished. They are not within the historic district, and they would have the mandatory stay because of their age, but they would ultimately be demolished if nobody wanted to take them. Looking down this alley that we talked about a second here of 9th Terrace, this is where we want to create the living street that connects University Avenue to First. And looking to the north, you can see the condition of this today. I trust that some of you saw that during the presentation about the right-of-way, that it is our intention to get rid of this substandard piece of infrastructure and create a higher and better use, more so than what is a very, very dangerous area from a vehicular perspective, as well as a crime prevention through environmental design perspective. I don't know why somebody would bicycle down this portion of the alley here, given the condition, and especially if they were female or if they were a younger person. This intersection here is tremendously dangerous because of its substandard, and I know somebody who on Friday, December 23rd, 1987, totaled a car because they were sitting at this intersection waiting for a good Samaritan to let them out, and somebody was coming from then Alachua General Hospital and hit me in the front end and totaled my car right there. So I have personal experience of the danger of that alley right there because I was trying to get out of my apartment down here by AGH. This property contains the highest density land use and zoning, and the proposed development for this property is a mixed use. These elements that you see here were forming the cues of portions of what went into the building design that Dwell Design Group, our architects, used to actually composite the building together to create a hybrid form that meets and complies with the City of Gainesville standards. So as we go through the presentation, you'll see things like the double stacked first floor, window protrusions, vertical articulations here, interior courtyards and garden areas, as well as balconies and setback penthouse areas that reflect things like the Siegel building just down the street, or portions of Beatty Towers or other buildings along the University Avenue and 13th Street corridor. This spatial massing shows you from a bird's eye view, approximately in the 700 block of North 13th Street, some of the existing buildings that are coming up around town, and our building here next to the Bell South building. This is Inception, Infinity Hall is here, here's Core's project, here's the new Core 3 project, this is the southern portion of the Standard, here's the Holiday Inn, this is the project that sits around the courtyards, here's Beatty Towers, Siegel building, here's development up and down the 6th Street corridor from University Avenue South through the 2nd Avenue roundabout and down toward Depot Avenue. We looked at that to look at the modulation and articulation of the height that is being created as we get mid-rise and low-rise buildings introduced into Gainesville. And by bringing this building back to a by right state of 12 stories and not seeking to go higher, all we need at this point to make this project work is the additional 25 dwelling units per acre and on 1 acre. This is the project area, as you saw before, and as was stated during the right-of-way vacation, this entire area along the storefront street of University Avenue and then down 10th will be activated in active spaces. I think there was a question that came forward that I didn't talk about. This being the bike locker and bike maintenance area here for residents, as they move through the site and get to this point and then leave and go to the university or the I District or Depot Park or wherever, we're trying to bring those residents down here. There is a huge vestibule here on the south side of the property adjacent to where the parking garage entrance is that creates the pedestrian exit to the building. When we were thinking about these designs, we first started thinking about people. When we looked at what was allowed in the land use and zoning, it gives you a massing. And it tells you can go so high and you have setbacks and you have articulation requirements. But what we were concentrated on is what are we doing for the people? Number one was getting the vehicles in the southeast portion of the property away from the streets that we wish to activate. Taking the loading points and moving them away from the core main storefront street and side enabled us to come back with numerous points of connection. We also, by adding on-street parking, create more pedestrian or the outdoor room on the north side of the project here. This is the dedicated pedestrian drop-off on the west side and also parcel and package delivery that will occur outside of the travel lane so as not to close these lanes here or cause delay for other people that are using this gateway street into the Innovation District. But when I said that we started thinking moreover about people, those are all the entrance and egress points into the building so that this shop, this store, this restaurant, this cafe can access and activate University Avenue. These entrances here, which link to corridors, not only allow the residents, but their guests to come out of the building at multiple points consistent with the transect zoning requirements. We have notches where there are actual vestibules, as well as having a main entrance and egress point here on the south side near the garage. And then we have service exits on the eastern side to keep those more mechanical uses or service uses away from the pedestrian realm and away from the residential corridor. This is our back of house, if you will, that will be tucked into the building, so it's not a eyesight. The Land Development Code talks very specifically in 3324 about the requirements, and they're lengthy, A through K, if I'm correct. Boop. And this building and this request for a special use permit is consistent with the Comprehensive Plan and Land Development Code. It is compatible with the existing land use pattern because we have a variety of buildings of different heights and sizes and scales throughout the area. And it does promote the health, safety, and welfare of the community because it makes a safer condition for today's residents, tomorrow's residents, and the folks that will live here. We've clearly improved the entrance and egress from the property. We've created off-street parking service and loading areas. We've addressed noise, glare, exterior lighting, and odor effects by internalizing the service portions of the building inside the building rather than out on the street, like you saw those crates and the dumpsters for the wing zone. There's adequate provision of refuse and service and loading areas, and all the necessary public utilities are in place. Screening and buffering has been included in here, and I'll show you some 3D elevations here in a moment, and the hours of operation would be similar to every other business in the corridor. Residents, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. People go out in the night, they work night shifts, people go to school during the day, people work jobs during the day. That will be not a bit different than any other residential area along the area in the corridor. The businesses would operate in a complementary fashion. If you had a restaurant, it was a breakfast restaurant, it'd probably be open 6, 7 in the morning till lunchtime. If it was a dinner and dining restaurant, afternoon to 10, 11 at night, similar to a Dragonfly or a Mojo or any of the other places that we frequent downtown, such as the Top and so forth. By the fact that we put structured parking in here, we were seeking to create the most compact development form in an area where we want the population to be, which is University Avenue, 1,200 feet from the campus. It's unfortunate that when we start these processes, all that's required in the Land Development Code, in the development packets, is an elevation. It's kind of a blank staring thing to say, okay, well, I got a building and each one of these represents a floor. It doesn't look like a whole lot. And thankfully, the neighborhood workshop process actually works well, because what happened when we actually had the first neighborhood workshop and there was discussion about you're going to go and add more floors to this, we scaled it back. We went to our neighbor, the only neighbor that participated, and that was the University of Florida, and worked with their upper administrators and then their architectural review committee to come back with a design that we presented to them in December. Since December, we have worked to make this a prettier picture, because I don't think this tells the story that you need to look at when you're making the decisions on scale, massing, and so forth. So when we're looking at this, this meets the zoning criteria. But what's important in here is looking at how we incorporate vertical breaks and volume breaks along the horizontal plane to make this look like a series of buildings and not one big mass. I heard the comments about the standard. I don't disagree with the comments about the standard, but I remember the protracted process that went through as 7 city commissioners looked at that, and a lot of change was made to that. Our clients told us if they had designed it, it would look completely different. And I told Ms. Gentry that too. We don't stand behind that. We didn't design it. They bought that project and they finished it. This is a project that's being built in direct coordination with our neighbors next door and others that have participated with us. This double-stacked first floor creates a commercial condition that can evolve with time as opposed to being a tired, low-ceiling thing. If you were ever at any of the concerts at the Common Ground or at 1982, you know it's a building that's been repurposed and, into a nightclub, but it wasn't specifically designed. This is a building that is designed to withstand time and evolve with the community. It's also designed to scale back as it goes toward the Innovation District in the south, and also have articulated fronts on University Avenue, so it has that interplay, like the Siegel Building has that 13th floor that actually Miss Boyce used to occupy up there, that sits inside the parapet. So you can have garden spaces up there, as well as having nicely articulated outdoor realm at the ground plane. I said in my earlier comments that it's a shame that what the packets ask for is that, because after working collaboratively with our community partners and others, this is what we create. We create a building that has a variety of forms, a building that steps down as it gets near Infinity Hall in the back, but places its largest facade on University Avenue. where the major traffic is on the state road. A building that has courtyard areas on the top for residents, as well as intriguing and playful color apertures in there that allow air to get into the garden areas that sit inside the columnar portions of the project. At the street front, those blue lines are replicated as they move playfully up through the horizontal and vertical banding of here to make this a really exciting place. We're not trying to create a box. And I want to compliment Ms. Gentry because she made a statement during the neighborhood workshop. I'd be happier if portions of this, or if this was more adult apartments as opposed to student housing. And one of the things that we've done is we've set a difference in our building so that portions of the building will be designed for graduate students and researchers and higher level like PhD candidates versus the student housing component. So we actually separated, and what it's a little difficult to see in this perspective, but we actually have two separate towers in there to help segregate that. That's another thing that came forward from the neighborhood workshop that we incorporated into the overall design. So while it is a 12-story building by right, consistent with the Land Development Code, we have strived very, very, very diligently to make this ground plane here something that activates and really has that feeling and presence of being a good commercial character on the front and ground plane. The ghosted out areas here that you can see, this is the building looking from the northeast along University Avenue. This is the cafe corner that would sit most close to Ms. Gentry's office there, with a coffee shop and an outdoor cafe right here on the corner. That's that little 9th lane that goes down there today that has the 18-inch sidewalk on it, moving from University back. And then if you could get on the other side of Ms. Gentry's building and look through there, you see how that building has articulation and rhythm through it, and there are portions then where the residential areas and the residential portions of the building sit, and they're almost in different articulated modules on there, so it has a lot more interplay vertically and horizontally. This view shows from the south side of the building. This is the First Avenue side, and the pedestrian vestibule that I spoke of here that exits at the garage entrance is this large doorway here that allows pedestrians to enter and exit on First. And you can see this is the living street here on 9th coming down adjacent to the University of Florida's building here as we reactivate that urban space. We went through these plans meticulously, both the comprehensive plan and the land development code. Every single component of the approval process we found affirmatively was met by this process. I'm not going to read all of these because this has been done by your staff, and some folks have already stated prior to the presentation tonight they're ready to vote no. So I want to get to the end of this process so that I could ask for your consideration to look at this, and perhaps if you can find a way to make your vote contingent yes on the City Commission's action, or have us come back to you, I would rather an action like that. It has taken us nearly a year to get to this point where we have 15 to 20 minutes to tell you the merits and tell you all of our efforts here. I can assure you that your professional staff and the departments at the city don't make recommendations lightly. They recommended you approve the first item. They are recommending that you approve this item. We have hopefully walked you around this and displayed that all of the criteria that deal with the transportation mobility element, the future land use element, are made. Your staff has stated that this is an area that has existing utilities. Everything is present for this redevelopment opportunity. All of the special use criteria, A through K, have been met. The structured parking is consistent with the plan, or staff would have told you otherwise. And lastly, the massing and development compatibility requirements for setbacks from historic districts have been met by articulating the building and sculpting the building with both horizontal and vertical articulation and setbacks to meet that criteria. Again, this is what is happening today. We fit into this context area rather well. There are more buildings that you haven't seen on here that aren't before you tonight, but this is our growing area of community. Between the vibrant downtown, Santa Fe College, which will be adding additional buildings here, and the Innovation District, this is our future. We have done our best to try to bring forward something that we know is compatible with the code and the plan. Your staff have attested to that. We have done everything possible to make this a modular shape that actually activates the corridor. In fact, when Dwell Design Group was putting together their design, they lifted components directly out of the Land Development Code to create those compatibility points of how horizontal banding and fins are actually incorporated, matching the pictorial examples of the Land Development Code. This is the street frontage. And lastly, again, when we thought about this, our first thought was, what about the people? What about creating an outdoor realm, tucking a building in tight to its property area so you could create the transect zone surrounding landscape, sidewalk, building frontage zone, and actually creating a place where people would be proud of, and this could last for decades into the future. So I would encourage you, and I would hopefully see that by presenting this additional information that you had some questions about during the course of the right-of-way vacation, that we have met all the criteria necessary for the reward of an SUP, and our SUP is a simple ask. We need 25 more dwelling units on 1 acre of property on University Avenue, north of the Innovation District. Everything is present to activate this process and the project. Every code section has been met meticulously. The building creates the urban form that is defined in the Land Development Code and Comprehensive Plan. And lastly, as we looked at this, every single component that we scanned in our professional staff, as well as your staff, has been met throughout the course of this project. We wouldn't be standing here tonight with your city staff recommending approval with a draft motion for you, that we hope that you will take that same professional recommendation, and we respectfully request that you approve the SUP, make it contingent to the commission's action on the right-of-way, but based on the competent substantial evidence that's been presented in the application materials, the staff report, the presentation, and our presentation, that you see that we have met the burden of proof to get one thing: 25 more units on 1 acre of property. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dietenbach. Do I have any questions for the applicant from the board? Any comments from the board? Mr. Ackerman? Seeing none.
Couldn't you just build a couple of duplexes?
Seeing none.
No, we are not replacing University Avenue with duplexes.
Seeing no comments or other comments from the board, I'll open this up for public discussion. Please come forward, state your name for the record, and please remember to sign in before you leave the podium.
Hi, Jody Gentry. Just as a citizen of Gainesville, the area really does need to be redeveloped. There's no doubt about that. It really is a question of, aren't we better than what's being proposed? In terms of the density, they're asking for 25 more units. That really is, by my math, which is not always to be trusted, is about another 100 people. They're envisioning 800 possible students and grad students living on that acre in an area that's already exploding with people. And while that should translate to things like walkability, and we know the sort of 24-hour energy that we're looking for that corridor of University Avenue, the congestion that has already been created by the offset that the standard and that intersection has created is pretty substantial. So again, the comments that I've made to them prior to this and what I'm making to you again is only as a citizen observing what's happening to our community, but I'm struck by the fact that we surely are better than this. As we've contemplated walkable communities and density and the role of mixed use, as we've thought about the strategic development plan and the role that Gainesville really needs to fulfill for our community, this to me, I don't know how you even look at these renderings, and setting aside the appreciation for their efforts to think about having 800 people in that block, scooters and cars and bikes, I don't know how we make this a safer community with that development in mind. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Gentry. If you could please sign in again for us. Thank you.
Carolyn Godby, and I am not for or against this project, but you just passed a motion to recommend to the City Commission that you deny the vacation of the right-of-way, and I don't see how you can then approve a building that builds right over the right-of-way. It seems to me then that you're saying to the city, we denied the vacation of right-of-way, but we expect you to approve it. And
then that sort of negates, I think, what you're supposed to be recommending. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there anybody else who wishes to speak?
I wasn't going to speak, but after this, it's angered me to no point that they'd be so ridiculous to take and turn down something that is an enhancement to our city, turn down something that is a revenue builder of our city, and is something that the hospital staff, the university needs. This has already been approved. And so for this not to be approved, it's a slap in your face. The citizens are going to come back when this come back again, and they're going to say, well, this goes to prove. Here's Lauren Pohl's buddy right on a staff meeting where he can take and work towards getting things approved and disapproved. This is the transaction that has happened since 2003, and it's still going on. We need to remove the people that take and make ridiculous accusations of this and taking a stand by our contractors that are our foundation of our city and are the people who help build this city to what it is today. This is not a big offering or a big ask of y'all to take and approve this. I'm begging for this to happen because this politeness has gone on long enough. This lady that got up here that denies this, where is the letter of intent for this? 1, 2. This here has already been approved by the codes department, the things to do department, our David Digaments, Devenbach's, excuse me for murdering your name, department and the contractors and men that have put hours into this, and for this to be turned down, it's just like spitting in their face. Once again, we need to take and make this a transaction that does. And as far as this alleyway, it would be enhancement. He showed you in the pictures, the PDFs. It would be an enhancement to that alleyway. It'd be an enhancement to her business, and the people that come to her business. Did she speak about what type of people come to her business? No. So what we need to take and nominate, do we want righteous people coming to this building, which are our students, which are our nurses, which is our doctors? Even Capital One Bank could even go in here. Capital One Bank isn't in Gainesville, I know, but I could be wrong. But I want to bring Capital One to the city of Gainesville. I want to take and bring the businesses that have been asked to come here, so that we get more revenue. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Shepherd. Is there anybody else who wishes to speak to this item? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. Do we have any comments? Or I'm ready to entertain a motion.
Sure.
Mr. Hawkins? Oh, wait. Yes, Mr. Hawkins got there first.
I'm happy to, I'll defer, I've been speaking first.
Okay.
Mr. Blythe?
Well, I want to start with questions. And maybe it's a question for kind of both of them. By right, they can both parcels can go 12 stories. Can we have a clarification on?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And then the historic step back.
Mhm.
Which parcel does that hit, or does it hit both of them?
If I could get the overhead, actually have, this is a pretty helpful map that was submitted by the applicant. The outlines here, the pink and yellow outlines, show the 100-foot buffer from the historic districts. So the portions of the property that you see here and right here on the corner, those are the parts of the property that fall within that buffering requirement.
Okay.
So those are the portions of the building that have been designed to be I think it's no more than 3 or 4 stories in height.
Okay. So you could make the assumption that by right, without asking us for anything, both of those could go to 12 stories with the same sort of step down at the historic
Correct.
area. Okay. I guess my fear is that it's adding a lot of cost to the building, and usually in my experience when cost gets added, the quality kind of goes down for the same sort of product. And so again, I don't want to go back to the right-of-way discussion, but it's a piece of this. So my fear is that by right it could still be the same amount of density, and trust me, I'm a big fan of making sure this is developed correctly. I don't want to go too far off and not have that be stated. But my fear is it can still be developed, and it may not be developed to the same quality standard.
And just to quick correction, the density that's proposed is not by right. That's what's under consideration for the special use permit, but
Correct.
Everything else about the building is
Correct.
is by right.
Right. So again, the additional 25 units, 16%, I think is what you mentioned. Now that we're talking about adding it, making it potentially into 2 buildings, it's a pretty vastly different sort of quality standard. I don't know if you want to talk to any of that.
I don't know if I fully comprehended that, but
Sure.
what Ms. McMullen was stating, Madam Chair, and what Board Member Blythe was saying, the 25 units on an acre times 2.75 bedrooms really puts 68 more people in the building. That's what the 16% is. It's 68 more people. And I think the comments were very accurate because we can build the building. We can build the building without coming to the plan board. Those additional beds, those additional 68 beds, are the swing of the finance in this. And at expense of moving back, and as Ms. McMullen stated, this became a rooftop garden area here. And the building was limited to 3 stories. And there's an internal garden from the south tower that connects along the western side to an internal garden on the north side. We've done a lot of articulation to make this really look like a bunch of structures that are modulated together like you would see in most modern developing university and tech city type places. But yeah, the ask really gets us 25 units, 1 acre, 68 residents in the building.
Right. So again, I go back to my fear is it can still be developed, whether it's at the 150 or if it gets the density bonus. But the reduction in density and coupled with the right-of-way, I'm nervous about what the quality will end up being without having the financials behind it. I mean, I think it can still move forward, and so I would just be afraid that moving forward by not allowing it I didn't see any reasons why it didn't meet the criteria. So I'm nervous that it sets a precedent of if you meet the criteria and you're not granted what we've already kind of agreed to. I'm just a little nervous about that precedent in terms of the development in Gainesville and the quality that may or may not come out of it. So I know this is kind of a bigger topic, but a lot of these things have already been pre-approved in terms of heights, densities. And so maybe we could talk a little bit about that, the overarching implications of it.
Thank you, Mr. Blythe. Mr. Hawkins?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My thinking about the special use permit process is it's a way for the city to increase development allowance if people meet certain criteria above and beyond what the code requires. And the one that I think is the most significant, right? There's a lot of Mr. Deanbox at A through K. There's a bunch, but the one that I always come back to when I review these is B, which says the proposed use or development is compatible with the existing land use pattern and future uses designated by the comprehensive plan. Factors by which compatibility of the proposed use or development shall be reviewed include scale, height, mass and bulk, design, intensity, and character of the activity. When I read that, what I'm thinking is, well, the design of something that it warrants a special use permit is higher than the design that we would otherwise get. And the concern that I have about the project is the same one that I expressed in the vacation conversation, is that now if you walk down Southwest First Avenue, it's storefronts. and it's courtyards between units, and it's a great street. And we can have that kind of frontage without regard to how dense it is, right? I agree with the sentiment of lots of folks who say we want to increase density in this area. I think that's the solution to get great retail and get vibrant street life and reduce gridlock congestion from people who want to commute from 20 miles out west of town, is by granting housing in town. We also have to create an environment that's great for the folks who live in town. And I think the character of the sidewalk is a huge part of that. So I walk in this neighborhood, in Pleasant Street, in Seminary Lane, in College Park a lot. And there's been some developments in recent years in College Park that have the ground floor, either parking lot entrance, garage entrance, or just parking. It's 4 stories over a podium. And you can feel the character of the street die when you pass that. I think it's not the direction that we want to go in. And so I think a proposal to have that very large, very wide garage facade on what's currently a residentially fronted street is a step in the wrong direction. And whatever development happens here should have a good face on the sidewalk on First, as well as on 10th, as well as on University Avenue. I don't think that any of them are less significant. And the way to do that is to provide access from the block center. So I'm down on the special use permit.
Can I weigh in on it real quick?
Absolutely.
I'm kind of wondering, because I hear it. The First Street is a huge facade piece of this. If there's a way to design it where the access doesn't have to hit First Street, or can hit at the corner of the building instead of mid-building, does that sway this at all? Like if access could come off the alley, for instance, if there was some way to design it, and I'm not asking us to design it here, but I'm interested in how critical that is to this piece. If the whole thing is being shut down because of the garage entrance and that facade, that may be something that the applicant can address, but at least maybe we could let them know if that's the critical piece, or if it's more just the whole project is just like way too big. I'm trying to narrow in on what.
For my piece, I don't care about how tall the building is. That's not something that ever makes me happy or sad. It's how tall it is.
Madam Chair, to the point
feel
that
like
was,
when you're out in front of it.
The point that was being made, if I could get the projection and media staff to zoom in on this. When our architects did their massing study, that box defines the bubble or the envelope of the zoning. And you can see inside that box where the building lies. I'm going to pull this down. That's what this surrounding zoning is. And the direction that we would like to travel, because we don't get to actually sit down and work with you in a workshop type format. If you want us to look at redesign elements, I will tell you that we started with the garage entrance on 10th, approximately where Alligator Alley is, because then you come through the traffic light, come down in, and you would turn into the garage. But you can't have a garage entrance on a storefront street. So we moved it to where the code tells us to put it. We started there. I think personally, First is a little safer. But what I'm really worried about is something that Mr. Shepard said, is the fact that if you continue to keep shooting down proposals that are compliant with the comprehensive plan and land development code, you send a chilling message. Because what will happen is our next clients will say, we're not going to the plan board, we're building by right, because it becomes too difficult to get to the highest and best outcome for this. We always try to do that. That's the basis of our company. And that's the basis of why I think our clients choose us. So it's really telling when you see, okay, we had this box. There's our 12, there's our 14. Everything around us could do exactly what we're asking to do. If there's a way you want us to do this, to make this fit the urban form, defer this, let us go to the city commission and talk about the right of way and come back, or find some way to work with you on what you want, because as your professional staff stated, and as we've stated, we've met the code already. All we're asking for is 25 more units.
Thank you, Mr. Dietenbach. Mr. Ackerman.
I think we should just niggle everybody to death until they go away. My view is that the applicant has looked at our code. They have built a building or proposed a building that appears to meet all the things we demanded, and we want to say no. I think that's stupid, and we're doing it way too much now, and I support this project, and if we just want to say, why don't we do a consent agenda and just turn down everything, and we'll all save a lot of time.
Thank you, Mr. Ackerman. Do we have any more comments from the board? Is anybody ready to make a motion? Mr. Hawkins?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Thank you. I move that the Plan Board deny petition PB 19182 SUP.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Thank you, Bob.
Motion fails for lack of second. Do we have a new motion? Mr. Ackerman?
Madam Chair, I move that we approve, I've already lost my
I've got it here.
It was here a minute for him. Oh, there it is. I move that the Plan Board approve PB 19-00182-931 SUP as based on the proposal, the presentation by staff, and the applicant with the stipulation that it's dependent upon the City Commission approving the vacation.
Mr. Ackerman, can I ask for a clarification? The staff recommendation had two conditions. One was that the plan submitted for permitting shall substantially match those provided to the staff and City Plan Board as part of the special use permit application, including building design and materials. Did you intend to include that?
I did.
Okay.
I apologize.
That's okay. Just wanted to make sure we were covering the bases.
So basically, I move that the Plan Board approve the staff recommendation, including the conditions contained in the staff report, with the stipulation that it's contingent on the City Commission approving the vacation.
Thank you, Mr. Ackerman. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second from Mr. Blythe. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
No. Motion passes 3-2.
Thank you very much.
Could we please read the next item into the record?
The petition PB-19-152, land use change, CHW applicant on behalf of Stam Ventures LLC requests to amend the City of Gainesville future land use map for 4 properties from Alachua County low density residential, low density residential, 1 to 4 dwelling units per acre, to City of Gainesville planned unit district PUD, and amend the existing Council on Aging PUD located north of Southwest Archer Road and east of Southwest 5th Street and west of Southwest 47th Street.
Thank you. Mr. Castillo, are you ready?
Yes. Good evening. For the record, Juan Castillo, planner for the Department of Sustainable Development. I will be bringing the petition number PB-19-152 land use change before you this evening. This is a petition resulting from the annexation of 4 parcels off of there it goes, off of Southwest Archer Road between Southwest 50th Street and Southwest 47th Street. By Florida statutes, we have to give them city land use or a land use that is correspondent with the city. The proposal before you this evening is to change the land use for these parcels from the existing low-density development to a city PUD. Also, there is a request to amend the language of the PUD to increase the allowed, the maximum bed allowance for assisted living facilities from 130 beds to 235. The size of the property that's being annexed is 4.3 acres, but it will, the land development code amendment would affect the PUD acres, so that's about 27 acres. Staff has reviewed the criteria before you and has found that it meets all applicable criteria, consistent with our comprehensive plan, impacts to the transportation system, support for urban infill, and of course the need to modify land use categories. With that said, staff is recommending the approval of this petition before you, and if you have any questions, I'm here to answer them.
Thank you, Mr. Castillo. Does the board have any questions for Mr. Castillo? Mr. Hawkins?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Do we have a section, do we have a policy in the comp plan in the section where we have all the PUD language, where the PUD governing language is codified in the comp plan?
Yes.
I was trying to correlate the staff report language with the comp plan, and I couldn't see it. In other words, I didn't see that full section. What page, or what policy are we looking at in the comp plan? Or what policy are we amending in the comp plan?
So we're not if I'm understanding your question correctly, we're not amending our comp plan, we're amending the existing PUD, which within the language of the existing PUD has a maximum of 130 beds. So
here's my question: is that language is not a part of the future land use element?
So, if I'm understanding your statement correctly, our future land use element describes a PUD as one of our future land use element. However, with this specific language of this specific PUD here, within the document that was approved, the ordinance that was approved for this PUD, within that document, it specifically states that there is a maximum of 130 beds. And that document was submitted in your report.
So here's why I'm asking is the comp plan supposed to provide whatever standards that we apply for zoning and whatever standards we apply when we issue permits for development on the property? If we designate something PUD, it doesn't have like a density or a list of uses that are allowed associated with that category. So for lots of PUDs, we have language in the comp plan itself where it says, now we're talking about the Butler PUD. Now we're talking about, and we go down the list of PUDs and each one gets its own policy where we describe what the uses allowed are, any special development standards, etc. Is the language governing the development of this site so listed in a policy in the future land use element, or is it just in an ordinance that was adopted by the commission?
Yes. So that is listed within our comprehensive plan.
Do we know what policy it is?
I would need to. I didn't bring the exact policy with me.
Do you know?
It is.
So here's all this voice might get my concern, right? State law says your comp plan has to have meaningful and predictable standards for the development of land. If we put a spot on the map that says this is PUD, there's no corresponding text in the comprehensive plan that gives development standards, that gives density, that gives allowed land uses. We've got a conundrum. I mean, the solution is just to take the standards from the ordinance and put them as a policy in the comp plan like we do for all of our other PUDs. Is this making sense?
No. Yes. Good evening, Madam Chair. Patrice Boyes, I represent the applicant. As a general matter of land use law, you don't want to clutter up your comprehensive plan with too many site-specific criteria. So the ones for Butler Plaza and the old DRIs, typically your activity centers in the county, those were always treated with their own custom sections in the comprehensive plan because they were almost like the predecessor to sector plans that we do now. When you're talking about a property this size, the PD or PUD, depending what jurisdiction you're in, is more of a customized, tailored zoning pertinent to that property. And it's because the use, the geometry of the site, the conservation features, whatever is going on with that site does not nest within a category in your other zoning and land use plans. So that's a time-honored, allowable mechanism under Florida law, as you well know. And in this particular case, there is an existing PUD coming in from the county that was annexed. And notice that we're not relying on the city to simply move it over. We pay the extra application fee to do an individual application to request an enhancement to add land into the existing PD and create some additional entitlements for that land. Essentially, you're expanding an existing nursing home facility based on need. So you have an ordinance. To directly answer the other part of your question, there is an ordinance that was adopted that we're amending. When you all approved the original nursing home for Gainesville Council on Aging, there is a PD ordinance that was adopted. We're simply amending that tonight.
So two thoughts. One, on cluttering the comp plan. In theory, I fully embrace what you're saying. In practice, it's hundreds of pages of long already, right?
Yeah, we just don't do that here in this jurisdiction.
So
never have.
That's not the case. We've got lots of PUDs that are specifically identified in policies. So what about the second question? If the policies aren't in the comp plan, then the comp plan doesn't provide any guidance for development of the property.
They do.
That's
your goals, policies, and objectives guided the initial ordinance that was adopted for this property, which happens to be a PD. So those development standards that are pertinent and particular to that property, which would not necessarily have general applicability to the rest of the city, are embedded in that ordinance that City Commission adopted.
Yeah, I guess that's.
So we're asking to amend that slightly.
Maybe I think this is an issue and you don't. Well, there's maybe a disagreement on it. But what I'm saying is having that not part of the comprehensive plan, having it a standalone ordinance, creates an issue because now the comprehensive plan doesn't govern how the land is used, and under state law it's supposed to.
It does govern it. We do disagree on that point of law.
Okay,
it does.
Again,
it directly. It has any amendment we do to this ordinance has to be judged against the existing goals, policies, and objectives of your comp plan. It has to be consistent with that.
We're speaking to different things, I think.
And we can't. I think yours is a doctrinal concern that we can't fix on the back of this applicant.
My suggestion is that we take the regulatory language and we put it in the comp plan section with all the other PUDs.
We can't do that tonight.
All of them aren't located in our comp plan.
Yeah.
They should be, and today, since we're amending the comprehensive plan for this property.
We're not amending the plan.
We're changing the land use designation for properties to PUD. That's
I thought you were talking about the conditions for development in the ordinance. Okay, you're right.
If we're changing the map, it's changing the plan.
It's a future land use map
amendment. We can make a text amendment as well.
We have not applied for that. You've not advertised it. That's not before you tonight.
Advertisements for plan amendments come at the city commission stage, right?
No, we advertise now. We have to have a neighborhood workshop. So, I mean, that you cannot fix a doctrinal problem like that on the back of this applicant tonight, in all fairness. So we'd ask that the board hear our presentation and direct questions to that respectfully.
All right. I'm very happy to hear the presentation, but I think y'all know what I'm thinking we ought to do.
All right, Mr. Hawkins.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions for the city from the board? Seeing none, if the applicant would like to make their presentation.
evening, Madam Chair. My name is Ryan Thompson. I'm a planner with CHW. I have a very brief presentation before you this evening due to staff's very substantial presentation and discussions we've had previously, if there's a presentation. A little history on the project. The property was assigned PUD, PD, land use and zoning in 2010 and 2012. Our clients purchased phase 1 of that was developed with 180 skilled nursing facility beds. They are looking to expand to assisted living. The remaining portions within the PD were not available, so they looked elsewhere. They annexed the 4 parcels to the west with the intent to incorporate those into the existing PUD PD. Clearly, the request is for a large-scale comprehensive plan amendment from planned use district and county low density to PUD, and a rezoning from PD and county single-family residential R1A, R1C, and agriculture to PD, with the intent to incorporate 4 parcels into the PD and increase the number of permitted assisted living beds by 105. No changes to the remaining portions of the PD will be made as far as entitlements are concerned. This is a privately initiated application. The standard for annexed parcels is that the city would adopt land use and zoning that mirrors what it is in the county. In this case, the intent was to incorporate them into a PD. So we are representing the applicant and making the land use and zoning recommendation. We have held a neighborhood workshop. There were a few neighbors adjacent to the property that attended, and they were in favor of the application. And this is the process that we've held to, consistent with the city's requirements. The original PD boundary is in blue. Adjacent properties consist of a mobile home park to the north, condominiums to the east, Archer Road to the south with some single-family homes to the west. The phase 1 that I referenced is in blue here. You see that it is predominantly built. There is a surface parking lot in the middle that isn't depicted on this aerial, and then a master stormwater pond north of that. The parcels that have been annexed are adjacent here. They're adjacent to Archer Road and the existing development. And this is the requested or proposed PD boundary. Phase 1 frontages, both on Archer Road and 47th Street, are shown here. It's a very attractive development that's pulled up to the street that has trees and connectivity to the road. The amendment to the future land use, again, would go from PUD and low-density residential to PUD, and then the zoning would go from PD and the county's designations of single-family residential, R1A, R1C, and agriculture to PD, with the increase of 105 assisted living beds. This is the existing zoning master plan and the proposed with the additional annexed parcels. We're in agreement with staff's recommended conditions, both in the PUD and the PD, and we respectfully ask that you recommend approval to the City Commission.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Do we have any questions for the applicant from the board? Seeing none, I'll open it for public discussion. Is there anyone from the public who wishes to speak to this item?
want to ask a question. My name's Alan Shepherd. I want to ask a question. This trailer park, is this the trailer park that is further down Archer Road, Jim Jean and Roy's?
This is north of Archer Road as far as I know. It's not adjacent to Archer Road.
Okay, then I don't have anything, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Shepherd. Are there any other members of the public that wish to speak to this item? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board for any comments or discussion or motion.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Ackerman?
I move that the plan board approve petition PB-19-152 LUC based on the staff report and the testimony we've heard here today, including any conditions.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? We have a motion and a second, Mr. Hawkins.
Would the maker and the seconder of the motion be willing to amend to have the standards from the ordinance put into the future land use element? And
no thanks.
No, you don't want to amend the motion for that?
No.
All right.
Okay, so the amendment fails. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Any opposed?
No.
That motion passes 4-1. Could we please read the next item into the record?
Getting good to do it.
Between now and the commission hearing?
Petition PB-19-151 zoning CHW applicant on behalf of Stam Ventures LLC requests to rezone 4 properties from Alachua County zoning R-1A, single-family residential, 1 to 4 dwelling units per acre, R-1C, single-family residential, 1 to 4 dwelling units per acre, and agricultural, 1 dwelling unit per 5 acres, to City of Gainesville Council on Aging Plan Development, PD, and amend the existing PD, located north of Southwest Archer Road, east of Southwest 50th Street, and west of Southwest 47th Street.
Good evening again. Hi. For the record, my name is Juan Castillo, planner for the Department of Sustainable Development. This is the second companion proposal before you for the STAM venture development. A lot of the information you've already heard, and you're already familiar with the location of the proposal. The request before you this evening is, as you've heard, to take the current zoning of the 4 annex parcels from Alachua County R1A, single-family residential, R1C, single-family residential, and agriculture, to City of Gainesville Plan Development, also to amend the Plan Development document in order to, to amend the Plan Development document. I'll talk about this amendment here in a second. Most of the amendments being proposed are text just to reflect met conditions. A few of the amendments I'm going to highlight here. There's a condition number 2, which is a change, of course, to the maximum assisted living facility beds that are being proposed from 130 to 235, which will be an increase of 105 beds. Condition 11, just language separating development C, which is the 4 annex parcels here.
Mr. Castillo, if you could use, thank you.
Yeah, sorry, I keep forgetting that. But yeah, the 4 developments here, or excuse me, the 4 parcels here are now being labeled as Area C, and there's requirements associated with that. Just a quick note, on my report, there is actually a grammatical typo, if you will, error. In the report, it makes mention of Area C setbacks, condition for setbacks being 100 feet minimum to 135, I believe, maximum. That is actually supposed to say 85 feet minimum to 145 maximum. See, there's condition number 13 that deals with the buffer requirements on Southwest 50th, which is this part right here, which in a nutshell is 20-foot setback with a 9-foot buffer, which is type A or type B buffer. And of course, condition 15, which is adding stormwater requirements to Area C. The conditions in the proposal before you is primarily to deal with the unique geometry of the site. and also to deal with the stock of high-quality trees that are found within the site, and also for stormwater due to the site's topographical leaning towards southwest Archer. With that said, again, staff is recommending approval, and I'm here for any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Castillo. Do we have any questions for staff from the board? Seeing none, does the applicant wish to speak to this item?
Again, Ryan Thompson with CHW. I'd just like my comments and presentation from the previous item to be reflected in the record. Respectfully ask your recommendation for approval.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Do we have any questions for the applicant? Seeing none, I'll open this to public comment. Does anybody wish to speak to this item? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. Any discussion or a motion? Don't all motion at once.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Ackerman.
I move that the plan board approve petition PB-19-151 based on the staff report and the testimony we've heard here today.
Thank you, Mr. Ackerman. We have a motion. Do we have a second? A second from Mr. Blythe. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. May we please read the next item into the record?
Item number 190988, ADU text change, City of Gainesville applicant. Petition to amend section 30-5.33 accessory dwellings of the City of Gainesville's Land Development Code to allow accessory dwellings within single-family residential zoning districts.
Good evening, Yvette Thomas, planner with the Department of Sustainable Development, or as I like to call it, DSD. So just a little bit of background on this item. Back in, I believe, April of 2019, staff presented a number of proposed amendments to the City Commission. Some were privately initiated, some city initiated. At that meeting, the City Commission recommended that that staff schedule a meeting between you, the City Plan Board, and the City Commission to discuss a number of those items. Initially, there were maybe about 20 some odd items, maybe 30. By the end of that meeting, I think the City Commission had added maybe about 7 more items. During that meeting, staff asked that the commissioners and City Plan Board members kind of rank all of those items, and ADUs scored the highest out of all of those items. So it's pretty much why we're here today. So just want to start with just the definition of an accessory dwelling unit. The main thing is that it includes a kitchen. It can be either independent or detached or attached to the primary structure, but the most important, I think, aspect of an accessory dwelling unit is that it will contain a kitchen and a bathroom. Here's a look at some of the existing standards that are currently in the code. And I just kind of want to go through some of the main points as far as what the new language or proposed amendments are kind of changing. The main thing is going to be the building size. Currently, the code allows upwards of 1,000 square foot accessory dwelling unit, and that is also based on 50% of the primary residence. So they can go a maximum of 50% of the primary residence with a max of 1,000 square feet. The language that we propose today is changing that to the 50% will still remain in place, but we're changing that to 850 square foot max. Also, there are just some kind of basic standards for accessory dwelling units, just stating that they have to meet the current zoning district standards. For RSF1, those standards are, I believe, the maximum height for buildings within RSF1 zoning district. RSF1 through RSF4 is 3 stories. We're limiting that to 1.5 stories for accessory dwelling units. And there's also some language that where we're requiring some more windows and exterior balconies face toward the property and not neighboring homes. So to ensure that
that privacy concerns are not being impacted by any of the accessory dwelling units. There's also some additional language as far as extending the existing structures past the total facade, past 50% of the total visible area of the facade. And then the owner occupancy requirement that's in the code today, that will remain, that will not change. One thing that is maybe a little bit more liberal is in terms of the parking standards. The code today requires an on-site parking space for an accessory dwelling unit. We still are requiring that, but there is some language to where we will allow you to, or allow a property owner to count any on-street parking that may be available towards that accessory dwelling unit. This is the permitted use tables for the different zoning districts that will be impacted. For all of the transect zoning districts, single-family residential is allowed in all of the zoning districts. So we're now adding the accessory dwelling units to U1, U9, and U1, U9, and DT. Again, all of these zoning districts allow for single-family residential. We're also allowing it within RSF 1 through RSF 4. Again, accessory dwelling units are already allowed in some of the other residential districts, or in all of the residential districts. We're also proposing to add it to the business industrial districts, and that's a part of the mixed-use non-residential districts. And then also including it into agricultural and medical districts. And again, the development standards that I just went over prior to this slide will also apply in all of these areas. I also wanted to look at some of the different cities. I tried to find comparable cities that also had a university. Durham, North Carolina, Salt Lake City, Portland, Oregon, the loveliest village on the plains, Auburn, Alabama, Tallahassee, Florida, Alachua County, Clay County, and Gainesville. It's just to compare some of the issues that I know that had come up when some of the neighborhood meetings that we attended. There were some concerns with the size. What we're proposing at 850 square feet is pretty much consistent. A lot of these also have the 50% requirement, or some had a 40% requirement, but it's pretty consistent. Some of the larger cities may allow like a smaller, or sometimes they have a smaller percentage based on the main structure. Parking, majority of these cities require off-street. Again, some of the larger cities may have not. Owner occupancy is required for most of the cities that are probably of a comparable size. And same for single family. Pretty much all of these allow them within single family zone districts. Staff recommends approval of proposed text change to section 30-533, accessory dwelling units and associated permitted use tables. Here for any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Walker-Redke.
Thank you. I just had a question on the height limit of 1.5 stories. How would that work if you have, say, a two-story structure with a garage that's a single story? Would that prevent that homeowner from adding an ADU atop their garage?
So you're saying it's basically a two-story, a garage with a
yeah, I mean, I was actually, when we were having the discussion on the board, was one of the people who wanted to limit the height of the ADU to be compatible with the primary structure. Mm-hmm. But in neighborhoods where you have, say, a two-story home, mm-hmm. would the language as it's written now prevent a two-story home from adding, say, a second-story ADU atop their garage? So it would be the same or shorter than mm-hmm. the primary structure. Mm-hmm. Is the language now, would that be permitted?
I think maybe we need to take a look at the height and maybe add some height, like a 35-foot height limit or something to that. But it's hard to say without knowing kind of what that what that existing structure is. I mean, you have the ability to renovate an existing structure to make that work, but and a lot of those would just be considered non-conforming, and that wouldn't apply in this case. But I guess it's just kind of hard to say, but I think maybe adding a height to that could help.
Okay. I guess because sort of related to that is the idea that by rights in a single family, like area zoned for single family, you can have up to 3 stories, right, on a home. So conceivably a homeowner by rights could add a second story to their home. But it sounds like with this language, they may not actually be allowed to turn that into an ADU. And I think that's a little, we're setting up a bit of an absurd situation if we say, oh, your ADU is now putting you over that 1.5 height limit. So I guess I just want to make sure that the language would allow that use. Yeah. So I was just kind of wondering, can we say something where it's like, add something to the language where it's, you know, the ADU must be equal or lesser height than the primary structure, and then somehow allow that second story to be used as an ADU? Because I know that that's common elsewhere where you'd add a second story and then have an exterior entrance. And I feel like that would be something that we would probably want to consider in Gainesville as well.
Okay, my board's all lit up. Mr. Hawkins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had 3 thoughts that I wanted to address, and one of them is exactly what Megan mentioned. Member Walker Ratcliffe mentioned.
I usually go by Walker because the whole thing is a mouthful.
When it's late, my son wakes me up at 5:30, so it's getting past my bedtime. I think my thought was that 2-story height limit would be more appropriate than a 1.5-story height limit. So I'm prepared to kind of move in that direction if the board wants to. Another thought, and this is sort of based on what Ms. Thomas said, is that perhaps under section D1, which is the design and dimensional requirements, there's this list of requirements under paragraph E that the accessory dwelling unit has to be subordinate, and it says mass, size, and character. Maybe we add to that list height. So that way we ensure that it's shorter than the main building, or maybe by a lot because it's subordinate. Right? We're going to hopefully have some architectural character as a consideration of applying that criterion. So that was my first thought. The second one is I don't really understand how the owner occupancy requirement is going to work. I think it's a good standard. I think it's one reason that we don't have more concern from folks who live in neighborhoods around the university with this proposal that we may have had if we had done this 10 or 15 years ago. But I also, I don't understand how we're going to enforce that in practice, right? If somebody gets a permit to build an ADU and then they, give up their homestead exemption because they moved to Miami, what do we do? What happens? The structure is still there. Does that just mean they can't get a landlord license? Well, then the building's still there. So I kind of want to figure out what we're thinking about how that works practically. And then the third one is we're proposing to make these structures exempt from a density cap, and we say that you only get the 1 per lot or parcel. And if you've read in our code the definitions of lot and parcel, they are less clear than one might ideally want. I think when we hear the words lot, we think, oh, let's go look at a subdivision plat. It's got a bunch of squares drawn on it. That's what our lots are. Right? That's our intuitive understanding of those words. I know that the code doesn't point you as clearly towards that conclusion as I would want it to. And I know that our staff doesn't think that's what the code means. They don't use the plat as a regulatory document. And I've had lots of conversations with Mr. Persons about it, so I know that's the case. Is we do not use the plat as a regulatory document, even when the code says you have rights by virtue of a lot or by virtue of a lot boundary. So I think that we should make the statement lot or parcel in quotes explicit that there's one ADU as an accessory structure to a primary structure on that box that's on a subdivision plat. And I don't know what language we should use, but it should be clear, something like lot as platted on an approved plat, approved and recorded plat. So we don't get lost in going to the definition section of the code, which says, it literally says a lot includes a parcel, tract, area. It has this sort of really long list of vague words. Which makes sense, is because staff wanted to have the broadest interpretation possible. But in this context, we don't want a broad interpretation. We want to know that how many ADUs we're going to get, because we can look at the subdivision plat and know there's no more than 1 per lot, even if everybody had one.
Thank you, Mr. Hawkins. Mr. Ackerman.
I have 3 points about this thing. I'm not convinced that we need to have an ADU be anything more than the allowed height should be the same as whatever the underlying zoning permits. So if you can build a 3-story house, even if you have a 1-story house, I don't see any reason why you can't have a 3-story ADU. I grew up in a town that had lots of ADUs, and it was very common to have single-family houses with a 2 or 3-story ADU in the back. And it was not disruptive. I guess I'm just because I was used to it. I agree with Mr. Hawkins. How about that? I think the requirement for homestead exemption is problematical, and and it also goes to the larger view of an ADU. ADUs are very close to my heart. I've been pushing to get this ordinance for years. And I think the more we encumber it with all kinds of restrictions, the less likely that this is going to be a successful ordinance. I would be in favor of not having the homestead exemption just because of the problem we're going to see. I'm a homeowner, I build an ADU, I get transferred to Cleveland. Now there's a house that may or may not have a homeowner in it anymore. And what happens to the ADU at that point? I mean, the object we want is for these to increase density in what are effectively low density, close-in neighborhoods without changing the character of the neighborhood. And so I would be opposed to that. I would also be, and I said 3, but I got 4. I also would be in favor of 1 detached ADU, but I would also add that there could be a second ADU that was incorporated into the main house. And that is not uncommon for large houses to be able to add an ADU and max it at that. Same requirements, but it just would not occupy any more square footage on the lot. And the last one, I guess, is that I would make, I guess the way the parking is addressed is fine, but I'm not sure I'd even require an off-site parking space if there's available on-street parking. Those are my comments.
Thank you, Mr. Ackerman. Any other comments from the board? Ms. Walker-Radke?
So this is actually just kind of a response to Mr. Ackerman. The reason that I was proposing that we limit the ADUs to the height of the structure or less is just, I mean, maybe this can be solved by adding in some design elements, but to keep it looking like a subordinate structure. And then to the point of having potentially 2 ADUs, as someone who lives in a neighborhood adjacent to campus where there are a number of student rentals, getting rid of the homeowner exemption, which I'm not totally opposed to because I do see the logic of what happens when the home changes hands, but then allowing 2 ADUs and getting rid of the homestead exemption requirement, I could definitely see my neighborhood going from 3 and 4 bedroom homes with 3 or 4 students to 3 and 4 bedroom homes with 2 ADUs renting to 5 students. And I know that most of my fellow neighbors who own their homes would not be wanting to see the neighborhood move in that direction because it would change the character of the neighborhood in a very different trajectory than, say, using ADUs for how I think we've been intending it, which is to support allowing, say, family members, whether they're elderly parents or adult children who come back, or providing housing to lower income individuals, making it a smaller affordable housing option. So I have a hesitancy with doing both of those things together.
Thank you. Do we have any other comments from the board? Seeing none, I'm going to open this up to the public. Is there anybody who wishes to speak to this item? Please come forward, state your name for the record, and please remember to sign in on the sign-in sheet before you leave the podium.
Madam Chair, members of the board, I'm Melody Marshall. I've been a resident of the Forest Ridge neighborhood since I moved to Gainesville in 1984. Is there a lot size requirement for an ADU?
Not as proposed.
No. Okay. And has any consideration been given to making this requirement for ADUs, not a requirement for them, but the requirements of an ADU, apply only to new neighborhoods, new subdivisions, new developments?
No, I don't.
No consideration.
Well, that pretty much defeats the object of the ordinance, which is to try to increase density in close-in neighborhoods. So, I mean, right now the county has ADUs. There's very little demand for them. The concept was, you know, workforce housing, I mean, it's going to be limited. We have to do a lot more. But for instance, right now, an awful lot of the University of Florida staff has to live in Levy County. And if there was an ability to have close-in ADU rentals, it obviously doesn't apply to a large family. But there is a large number of workforce people, particularly at Florida, Santa Fe, that might benefit from that.
Are there any requirements for being a homesteader, other than owning the home?
Well,
that's one of the requirements that we're discussing, yes.
Currently, the proposal is that it only be allowed by homestead property. The problem with that, of course, is when homestead property ceases to be homestead property, there's already a building there now.
But there's no age requirement for homesteading. You can come in with enough money to buy a house and be a 15-year-old. And you can
age
homestead.
Requirement. Geez, I don't know the answer to that.
No, I think there's, I was looking for the language in the code. I would assume that it references the statutory standard, which is based on taxes, and so you can only get one. So somebody couldn't have multiple homesteaded properties. Is that the intent?
A minor child theoretically would have a homestead with his parents, his or her parents, and would not have the ability under normal circumstances to go. Otherwise, all your kids would own a homestead property, right, when they're 6.
But an 18-year-old freshman at the University of Florida could have a homesteaded property.
Could have a homestead property. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Marshall. Do we have any other comments on this item?
Carolyn Godby. I've been a resident of this Gainesville since 1967 and in a single-family neighborhood. I'm opposed to ADUs in single-family residence zones. They are allowed in many other areas in Gainesville, and I don't see why we have to put them in single-family neighborhoods. I don't see why we can't maintain that. ADUs have the potential to double the number of residents and double the traffic in a single-family neighborhood. And if you do away with the homestead exemption, it has the potential of being entirely rental. They will definitely change the character of the neighborhood and decrease the quality of life. Half of the residents, and could be more if you do away with the homestead exemption, will be transitory, who are not committed to maintaining a commitment atmosphere. They're there for a short time and they're leaving. Many will be students whose parents buy the home and put the student's name on the deed. Students change frequently. Renters change more frequently than homeowners. In single-family neighborhoods, the majority of people are long-term residents who know each other, know when strangers are in the area, know when something is wrong, and they look after each other. Children are safe to go to friends' houses and to play in the neighborhood. We know the children and know if somebody trying to pick up the child as a parent or not. If ADUs are allowed, half of the residents would not know that. They would not be committed to the neighborhood. In our neighborhood, we have 12 rentals. The occupants do not attend meetings of the neighborhood. They don't attend activities. Maintaining a community is not their focus. I know the city wants high density. I understand that. I see that. But I do not see the need to destroy this important part of Gainesville that makes it a great place to live and raise families. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Godby. Do we have anybody else who wishes to speak to this item? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public comment and bring it back to the board. Do we have any comments or questions or discussion or motion? Mr. Ackerman?
I could do all of them, but I would add that one of the benefits, one of the several benefits of having ADUs in single-family neighborhoods is it does allow the current residents to age in place, and at the point, rather than downsize or go someplace else, they can, if they want, they can rent, get a little bit of extra income from their ADU, or they can actually move into their ADU and rent out their main house. I think, I know many people in my hometown, which is Coral Gables, Florida, that exactly what they do. They have a big house out front, the kids grow up, they love their neighborhood, and they can then move to the back of the property, live in the ADU, and generate income from a house that otherwise they'd have to sell and leave their neighborhood. Anyway, that's one of the, I think, many benefits of having ADUs. And where's Miss Thomas? She disappeared. Oh, there she is. I guess if I make a motion, I can propose changes. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Do you want to say something before I do that?
I was going to try to make a motion too, but I hope that we kind of get a couple of tweaks to it. So why don't you put a motion before, and we'll see if we get some tweaks.
That's fine. Go to it. Okay.
Go after you.
All right, Mr. Ackerman.
I move that the why can't I ever find my stuff? I move that the Plan Board approve petition PB 19-161 SVA. Nope, wrong one.
Here, it's at the bottom.
Oh, there it is, yeah.
Did you find it?
Yeah, right there. I move that the Plan Board approve petition to amend section.
Doesn't have a petition number, I apologize. Section 3053.
Accessory dwelling units and associated permitted use tables, and that we modify the proposal by staff. I'm going to propose that we eliminate the homestead exemption, that we eliminate the height requirement and leave the height and make the height the same as the underlying zoning height, and that we permit off-street parking on-street parking as accounting in favor of whatever parking requirement we have.
All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
And I would be entertained. Go ahead.
I'm not going to second. That's not the direction I was going in terms of height.
I think Ms. Walker-Radke has a comment.
No, I think that we're going to have the same comment. Mostly, I agree with the motion. My friendly amendment would be with regards to height. I would prefer that we, in order to keep the ADU subordinate to the main structure, that we limit it to the height of the primary structure or 1.5 stories. So that a 2-story house could have a 2-story ADU and a 1-story house could have a 1.5-story ADU.
Here, I was going to suggest that we handle this by changing paragraph D1C to 2 stories instead of 1.5 stories, and also to add height to the list of criterion as a criterion in the list in paragraph D1E.
Okay.
So to be very clear, so staff knows what the motion would be.
I would accept that.
Okay. So we've got a motion to approve with at least 2 changes.
Right.
One is D1C, changing the height limit to 2 stories, and in D1E, adding height to the list of criteria for what constitutes
along with
subordinate.
the deletion of the requirement for homestead exemption, and that we count on-street parking towards the.
So we got 4
towards
criteria,
that. Yeah.
and I second that motion.
Okay.
Okay, so we have a motion that's been amended and a second. Any discussion?
I would like to add a 5th criterion. And that is the reference in paragraph C1 to lot or parcel. I would like to change to quote lot within the boundaries shown on an approved and recorded subdivision plat.
Are you amenable to that
I am.
amendment?
That's
Okay.
fine.
So, and you seconded, so obviously you second the amendment. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Any more discussion? Ms. McMullen, do you have it all? All right. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously.
Yay.
Can we move on to the next item in the agenda? Could somebody please read that into the record?
Item 190989, vacation of right-of-way of Northwest 4th Lane between Northwest 13th Street and Northwest 14th Street. Petition PB 19161 SVA CHW. Request to vacate the 20-foot wide right-of-way of Northwest 4th Lane between Northwest 13th Street and Northwest 14th Street.
Thank you, Madam Chair, board members. Jason Simmons, Department of Sustainable Development. So this is another request to vacate city right-of-way, and this is the portion of right-of-way of Northwest 4th Lane between Northwest 13th Street to the east and Northwest 14th Street to the west. The right-of-way to be vacated is currently paved, but it doesn't meet the current City of Gainesville design standards for roadways. And as you'll see in the following slides, the intent of the request for the vacation is for the redevelopment of an entire block from Northwest 5th Avenue to the north, 13th Street to the east, Northwest 4th Place, generally speaking, to the south, and Northwest 14th Street to the west. The slide indicates the location of the right-of-way. The surrounding zoning in that block is Urban 8, one of the transect zones. It's approximately 0.15 acres in size. You see 13th Street to the east and 14th Street to the west here. Now this is an aerial view looking west. North is to the right. This is Northwest 5th Avenue. You have the redeveloping gate station on the corner here. This is the subject right-of-way with the request to be vacated. It runs from 13th Street to 14th Street, which is back here. Here you have Northwest 4th Place to the south. And you see that this is basically a square block of a grid pattern in the city, and this right-of-way is sort of in the middle of that block. Despite what the slide says, this is the aerial view looking to the east. Again, here is 14th Street. Down here you see this side of the Northwest 4th Lane to be vacated. Down here is 5th Avenue, and you see some of the surrounding recent developments in the area. You have Jackson Square here, and you see the Gainesville mixed use up in the corner to the right. And the reason the request for the street vacation is here is because of a proposed redevelopment, which is the subject of the special use permit petition, which is related to this and follows this on the agenda. This is a view of a rendering of the proposed development. This is Northwest 14th Street here. So the right-of-way to be vacated is roughly in this area. And these are just some views of the right-of-way. This is a view of it looking east from 14th Street, and here, sort of in the middle of the area between 14th and 13th Street, looking east, and then back here, a view west, generally from 13th Street, looking west, and then again from the middle of the block, looking towards 14th Street, where you've got a couple of old residential structures in place. Now, I'll just read my responses to the street vacation review criteria that have to be addressed in accordance with section 30-3.41. Rights of way may only be vacated and approved by the city commission upon its finding that the provided as listed, the provided provisions have been met. So under number 1, whether the public right-of-way serves a public purpose and whether the public right-of-way is in the public interest for a vacation, we look at 1, the public benefits from the use of the subject right-of-way as part of the city street system. Right now, we have 2 existing residential uses on 14th Street that use that as an access, as well as a commercial building on the east side on the corner of 13th Street and 4th Lane. But they are part of the redevelopment site. They're part of the proposed redevelopment. And as part of that, they will not be needing specific access from the subject right-of-way, if that development goes through. The closure of the right-of-way will not foreclose reasonably foreseeable future bicycle or pedestrian use or other transportation access in the area. It will not foreclose non-motorized access to adjacent land uses or transit stops. It will allow for the redevelopment of adjacent properties, which will need to provide sidewalks that will enhance pedestrian and bicycle access through the area. The proposed vacation is consistent with the minimum block size requirements. The overall block size is less than the maximum allowed by the code. The proposal would not deny access to private property, as all the surrounding properties are part of the development site and will be redeveloped as such. As far as the effect on public safety, the vacation of the right-of-way will likely have a positive impact on public safety. It will facilitate the redevelopment of that entire block, which right now is kind of generally vacant with a few residential uses on 14th Street. As far as the effect of the proposed action upon the safety of pedestrians and vehicular traffic, removing the underutilized right-of-way and replacing it with an overall redevelopment plan which relies on the established street system in the area will likely increase the safety for pedestrians and traffic overall in that area. As far as municipal services, Gainesville Fire Rescue is part of our technical review committee, which had a chance to comment on the right-of-way as well as the following special use permit application. They approved the right-of-way or found it approvable. The consolidation of several properties into one development site will mean the service and loading areas will be consolidated as well and put in one location. There are existing utilities in the area that will apparently be reused and modified to serve the proposed new development. As far as the effect on the design and character of the area, the vacation of the right-of-way will allow for the redevelopment of an existing underutilized block for a high-density residential project. Redevelopment of this block will improve the design and character of the area. Now, because Northwest 4th Lane in this area is an actual street, there's 4 additional criteria that need to be met in order for ultimate approval of the right-of-way, of the vacation of the right-of-way. So as far as whether the loss of the street will foreclose reasonably foreseeable future bike pedestrian use, pedestrians have plenty of access opportunities in the area via existing sidewalks along Northwest 5th Avenue on the north, 13th Street to the east, Northwest 4th Place to the south and 14th Street to the west. And although not shown here, as part of the development proposal for the apartment complex, the Northwest 4th Place, there's a proposal for a WUNF design. It would be a one-way going from 13th Street to 14th Street. I guess it started in Europe, probably in the Netherlands, but it's a design of the right-of-way that emphasizes more the pedestrian and bicyclist. Vehicles can use the right-of-way, but it's designed so it would only be in a very limited fashion. That is part of the development plan review process, and that can provide an enhanced traffic corridor in that area along 4th Place. As far as the loss of the street is necessary for the construction of a high-density mixed-use project containing both residential and non-residential uses, or creating close proximity of residential and non-residential uses. This is a multiple family development. It's not mixed use. It's just an apartment development. However, this street vacation would encourage the redevelopment of that block and would provide a apartment development in close proximity to nearby new and redeveloping properties that are mixed use or commercial. You have the Standard, which is just a couple of blocks down the street. You have the Gainesville mixed use that's currently under construction on the east side of 13th Street. You got the Publix south of that. You got some restaurants right across from here, including the El Toro and I believe the New Wok Chinese restaurant. So this would put a lot of residential units in an area that could help support the growing additional commercial uses in that area. And whether there's a reasonably foreseeable need for any type of transportation corridor for the area. Again, I mentioned the WUNF and the fact that you're creating an urban block that's part of a traditional urban grid pattern that will provide transportation access for the area, including for pedestrians and bicyclists. And the right-of-way right now currently serves properties that will be redeveloped as part of this one unified development plan. So with that, staff is recommending approval of petition PB-19-161 SVA. The applicants are here to make a presentation before you, and I'll be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Simmons. Do we have any questions from the board for staff? Seeing none, if the applicant would like to make their presentation?
If I may, Madam Chair, I would like to just point out in the rules for the City Plan Board, it's stated that the meetings go until 10:30, but they can go later as long as you make a motion.
Those we have before.
Madam
Yes.
Chair, I move the plan board continue its meeting until 11 p.m.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
No, but it doesn't matter.
Mr. Hawkins plans to.
Okay, motion passes.
I will do my best to have us all out of here before then. Again, good evening and welcome back to another one of our projects. It seems like tonight was the CHW City of Gainesville presentations here. We are here before you tonight representing Landmark Properties with a project teamly named The Mark. I made a statement last time when we were talking about the Standard that they bought a project in Gainesville, one that had been previously built effectively on paper, and they ended up finishing something that someone tried 3 times to do. This is a drastically different approach. This is land that was purchased over the course of time while they were constructing the Standard for staging, and they have accumulated all these properties together, and they are designing something from scratch this time. So it's going to have a much different style and a much different character to it. The first part of what we're going to talk about is the right-of-way vacation. And as we know, these are not always the easiest things, but I think this one has a tremendously marked difference from what has been seen before. Our request is to enable infill development of adjacent parcels by vacating an alleyway that was previously serving 2 rental properties and a commercial building. And the owners of the commercial building are part and parcel effectively to the project. Proof of publication that this actually occurred as a neighborhood workshop. We had a handful of folks come out. Some of the similar questions came out during the process of the neighborhood workshop. What about the fate of the older houses in there? The same offer was made. Melanie, Ms. Barr, if you are interested in them and you would like to move them, Mr. Pierce, Robert Pierce, if you want to move them and take them somewhere, feel free. Otherwise, we will offer up the houses so that they can be used as a recycling stream, or we will offer them to emergency service and emergency providers for training exercises. And lastly, and least favorite of ours, they would be obviously demolished. This project timeline pretty well tracks similarly to the previous project. There was a little bit of difference in this one though. When we started this process, we looked at a couple different alternative development programs for this. And the one that made the most sense was reassembling the land into a larger single city block and building a unified building with full amenitization and parking on it, because people do celebrate when they get 16, or sometimes their parents help them and say, here's a car, take this car, you go off to college. But our goal is to have people put their cars in the garage and become active pedestrians here. So when we presented initially to Mr. Persons one time, and I can't tell you how many times Mark, who's moved, has been down here, we looked at a different variety of densities and different types of projects on here, but the one that fit the best is where we are tonight. And it is a unified development program that contains a couple townhomes south of the project and behind the old ABC, which is now a medical marijuana dispensary. Let's talk specifically about the project area. And while we're always used to looking at aerials, we see that here's 5th Avenue. The right-of-way that we are requesting to vacate terminates at 13th Street. You can't go any further east, and it terminates here at 14th Street. You can't go any further west, or you're going into property that is apartment complexes. Some of the common things we all know: the gate is redeveloping here, pulling itself up to the street, including a yogurt shop with it. Sweet Berries is on the opposite corner. This corner is being redeveloped. Here's El Indio, Cricket Wireless, and here you see some of the actual staging before the Gainesville Mixed Use Project was built here. And here's the old ABC liquor store. You can see here that there was staging through the core of this property here for construction, and that currently is out there today. Here's Northwest 5th Avenue, which is part of the CRA district, as well as Northwest 13th Street, the 5-lane federal highway that goes through the center of town. I always find that the oblique aerials work better because it's easier to see the context of really what's going on here. So again, here's the 5-lane 13th Street and 5th Avenue, which is on the north side. And you can see here, about 100 feet south of the intersection, there's an alleyway. There's an alleyway that goes between 13th and 14th, north of the old ABC and by Jackson Square. And then there's another alleyway here between Krispy Kreme and the old ABC. So you have a series of redundant alleys that are going through here, with your signalized intersections being here at 5th and here at 3rd. So our request is to vacate this portion so that we can reassemble this as a single city block to redevelop it. When we determined the best mix of uses, when Mark and I sat down working with Andrew, and we even date back to the days where we were working when Wendy Thomas was here, we were trying to come up with a good development program. We held our first step meeting, and the comment that I received was, what we ought to do is 3-lane 5th Avenue all the way back to the intersection. I picked up the phone after that first step, and I talked to my partners at the office, and I said, there's no way we are going to 3-lane this road so that a 2-lane road into a neighborhood turns into a 3-lane. And can you just imagine the slip traffic coming around here with people trying to get in this lane? And why? Why build bigger roads? The ad hoc turn lane that's here today, that's kind of crafted in front of Jerry Bush Automotive here, gave us a few thoughts. So again, I picked up the phone, called one of my professional colleagues who's here tonight, Ms. Melissa McCready, who is the city's mobility and transportation director, and I said to her, I'd like to meet with you because I believe you have a mission and charge with the city. When I was MPO staff about 20 years ago now, it seems a little long, we had Martin Gold talking about this idea of WUNRFs. And for those of you who aren't familiar with that planning term, it's the living street, as Plan Board Member Blythe stated earlier. I asked Melissa if we could meet, and I sat down with a blank piece of paper and an aerial and said, we can do better on this. What would be outstanding to do? And her comment was, bring me a WUNRF. The second portion was, well, what about this whole idea and nonsense of making this a 3-lane road into the neighborhood? So we came up with an idea to increase the pedestrian realm, that we would remove this turn lane here, bring the curb lane out, and inscribe a pickup and delivery area here for residents, for access to Lyft, Uber, and other rideshare programs, as well as to get delivery vehicles out of the street, because as they come down the road and they park here, the core of our building also has a mailroom in it. So over a period of months, we have been meeting probably about once a month to talk about how to mature this design into something that works really well. It works really well if we do something relatively simple. If we get rid of about 0.15 acres of land that's owned by the developer and turn this back into a singular block. And then the WUNRF that we are going to build will extend here, and it will be Gainesville's first facility from 14th to 13th in a one-way pattern east into the neighborhood, and it will favor bicycles and pedestrians, but will allow service vehicles just like you do in the European communities. So looking from the top again, this is the block that we hope to reassemble in form by the vacation of this right-of-way so we can build a mixed-use, high-intensity, multi-story project. This is the alleyway looking from 14th Street to 13th Street, and as Mr. Shepard said, you could go down some of these and you could hurt your hands if you swung them out. Well, in fact, during the course of our first step meeting, when GRU was there, you see electric poles here, there's an electric pole here. He's not far off. There are no curbs, there are no sidewalks, there are no street lights. It is a dark and dangerous place. And some of you probably remember back in the 80s when the original Pizza Palace was here before it actually burned down, because they used to close this street here by the surf shop and have parties and bands all in here. Well, looking from Free Ride here, you see how narrow that corridor is, and we can do better than that. So again, we sat and looked through the entire criteria of the city's comprehensive plan and land development code on the vacation of the right-of-way. At our first step meeting, we saw, looking at the parcel map, here's 4th lane, and you can see that it actually goes off of where the right-of-way corridor is and actually goes into the private property. Our applicant owns both sides, and when we sat down at the first step, the first thing that GRU said is, hey, when you rebuild this, can you put the roads back actually in the right-of-way where they belong? And if you look at here on the south side, 4th Place actually tapers up and kind of pinches where the dispensary is here, and we're going to straighten that out so that it actually falls into where the actual right-of-way is on this one. So again, looking at the comprehensive plan, what it seeks to do is create a place that improves the quality of life. We are going to propose in the next application that you see a much smaller scale building, one that actually fits in the context of the neighborhood, that has a 5-story maximum to it, but it fully wraps the parking garage inside, if you will, the envelope of the building. Looking at the transportation mobility element, Again, we strongly feel, and your professional staff have stated, that we meet every criteria of the comprehensive plan. This is urban redevelopment, it's infill development. It promotes a variety of transportation choices. It fosters the city's economic viability, and the multiplier on this from what the land is today to what it will be in the future state is 10 times more valuable. It brings a desirable mix of urban design features and form and a mixture of residential and non-residential uses here. What I will tell you about the form of this building is that we have activated the northeast corner on 5th Avenue and brought active uses down 13th Street, but we have not taken commercial uses into the neighborhood area. Currently, the Standard down the block has 65,000 square feet of commercial property within its ground floor plane. They're not fully rented yet. So we are not going to convert those spaces in this building to commercial at this time. They are going to be used for office, leasing, study hall, workout space, concierge space, but they're going to be built to a commercial standard with a double floor height in there so that they give that feeling, so that if in the future, let's say there's a need for a record store or a comic book store or a bakery or any use that you could think that would occur in an urban area, it can occur in that active space. As staff stated, none of the criteria under 10.2.1 will be violated and are in fact all supported by the use here. We are creating a structure that is mixed use in nature, it's multi-story, it's high density, and with the or here, it puts residents in close proximity to the University of Florida, to Santa Fe College, 6 blocks to the east on 6th Street, as well as to the Innovation District. And since this is a single city block, we are not precluding any foreseeable need for any type of transportation corridor because we're building them all. Under the land development criteria, under 33.41, B1 and B2, every aspect, again, of the land development code has been met. So let's talk a little bit about the development and how we're actually doing that. This aerial picture has 5th Avenue on the north. If there a map that Jerry makes, the north is always going to be up here. This is 13th Street. Today, this block has 18 points of vehicular, bicycle, pedestrian conflict around the block, whether it's driveways, continuous curb cuts, aged driveways from the old gas station, or points where the alley opens up into residential properties. All around this property, there are 18 points of vehicle and pedestrian interaction that we are going to eliminate. In fact, with the city's goal to be a Vision Zero network, we are reducing the number of connection points in this project to 2. So at a 9-to-1 ratio, we are removing vehicular, pedestrian, and bicycle conflicts by having a single entrance to the garage in the northwest corner, and then on the south side of the building, we are going to similarly have our bike maintenance, storage, and garage area so that the residents from the building can move through the building, through its interior hallways, go to the bike storage facility, unrack their bike, put it on the ground, and get on a Wooner and ride to campus. This is absolutely necessary because while it is physically possible to develop half blocks, the dimensions for the storage of vehicles are predicated on a 128-foot width for 2 travel lanes, and if we leave that alone, that block's only about 90 feet. You can't put a garage in 90 feet. It doesn't fit. Moreover, you will never see this garage because it is completely wrapped on all sides by the building. The green area illustrates the residential component, and then this is a courtyard area here. This notch area, where Shays Glass used to reside and do business, is going to be built as a series of 2 townhome units. Because it is a smaller area here next to Jackson Square and behind the dispensary, we're building townhomes here. And we felt that the Woonerf, or the active street, was the perfect response because this doesn't really need to carry any vehicular traffic except a couple times. Probably twice a week, a trash truck can navigate here because the alignment we've chosen will pull the Woonerf to the south, then bring it up to the north. Mobility and actually backing into the building to get the dumpster out will occur on private property, which is the area depicted here in the blue, and then it will re-enter and then be able to leave on 14th, which is going to be turned hopefully into a one-way street that leads to campus. The city is currently doing a transportation mobility study for the area, and so as a part of that, us creating a one-way west Woonerf here will play into the fact that this 14th is being changed into a one-way. So in this project and in this right-of-way vacation, we are attempting to give the city something that it has never had before, but we feel will again raise the bar on urban design and create something that is a pedestrian and bicycle prioritized area, the living street and the outdoor room. And as you can see here, we have stretched that so that these residents that are here between Jackson Square and behind the dispensary are part of being on a living street that will have enhanced landscaping, it'll have hardscaping, and it'll have lighting and all the amenities that you would find in a European type view. And if you didn't know what that word meant, that sounds like something you'd say in the 70s, woo, Nerf, what it is specifically a pedestrian bicycle favored street that has clearly visible entrances on either end. Imagine this being 14th and 13th being over here. There are physical barriers that slow traffic, and it has shared and paved spaces throughout. So you see vehicles could still be in there in this example from the Netherlands, and it has enhanced landscaping. We are going to emulate that through our CRA work and create this condition on 4th Place from 13th Street to 14th Street on the south side. So with that, I would greatly appreciate if you accepted the staff recommendation for approval and also our respectful request that based on the competent substantial evidence that you approve this right-of-way vacation and recommend the City Commission do so. And I have asked Ms. McCready to be here tonight because we have been working closely over the past several months. When we sat down, we wanted to raise the bar and do something that hadn't been done before. She asked for these things, and she has been tirelessly devoted to the fact that she's going to make these things happen because we're going to change the way we're going to start developing here in Gainesville, especially around the university, and especially as we try to show people that alternative transportation means work.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Dietenbach. Do we have any questions from the board for the applicant?
I have one question. I think I've read, but I couldn't remember.
What's the, when you close that, the alleyway, the resultant block size is 1,600 feet? Is that accurate?
Madam Chair, it meets the minimum block size. It's about 1,600 feet around the block. It's about 400 feet per side. Yeah, yeah. Still within the requirements of the Land Development Code. Yeah.
That's a pretty good size.
Okay, any other questions for the applicant? Seeing none, I'll open it to public comment. Is there anybody who wishes to speak to this item?
I'm Donald Shepard, People's Representative, and I think this is another one of a great enhancement to our city. This here has been something that we have been shown by this PDF that this is a common sense yes. And so I vote that we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shepard. Is there anybody else who wishes to speak to this item? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board for discussion or a motion. Mr. Hawkins?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to ask Mr. Simmons two of the same questions that I asked Ms. McMullen. The first one, and I think we talked about it, I think Mr. Diedenbach actually referenced it. Is there anything about the dimensions or sizes of these blocks that makes them unbuildable without the vacation?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, so vacation's not necessary for redevelopment. It's just necessary for this specific proposed project.
It's my understanding that's the case, yes.
Okay.
If you wanted, like for the parking structure, you need that space.
The second question is, do we know how the road's currently being used? So one of the criteria is the public is not benefiting, and I know I use this street. I use both Fourth Place and Fourth Lane. How many folks are using this? Kind of what data or information do we have on how the public is currently using this road?
Madam Chair, I don't have any traffic counts for that roadway.
Okay.
Experience, I've been on it, it's, I'd never seen that much activity during the daytime.
It's definitely
when
not
I've
as
been
busy
out
as
there.
13th Street. I won't belabor the point. I think we shouldn't vacate streets. I think we'll get better development if we don't vacate streets. The lots are buildable in their current size and configuration. Folks use these streets. So I'm a no.
Thank you, Mr. Hawkins. Do we have any other comments from the board or a motion?
I have both, thank you.
Mr. Ackerman?
I disagree.
I think that the fact that lots are buildable does not mean we should discourage people from amalgamating lots. I'd also find the requirement for the parking garage persuasive. We end up with a nice sized block. We certainly clean up a basically unproductive part of the urban fabric, and I would make a motion to approve PB 19-161 SVA.
All right, we have a motion. Mr. Blythe?
I would second that motion.
We have a motion and a second. Did you have a comment that you wanted to make?
I did. Yeah, I mean, it definitely goes back to, maybe it's more of a question, what are the off-street parking requirements for this property? 0, okay. What is the realistic, this is maybe just more like a general thing. Right now, people are still parking. My concern would be by not amalgamating this, that we may be creating the potential for a unwrapped parking structure in this area. Would something like that be allowed?
Am I supposed to answer?
Sorry, Andrew Persons, interim director. It depends on the street frontage. So on storefront streets or principal streets, as they're designated, no. On some of the local streets, potentially. There are screening requirements and landscaping requirements, but it still wouldn't require on those street frontages like a liner, like a traditional liner.
Right, thank you. So we could end up with the side of the standard, potentially, where in this case we have a much more kind of pleasant urban fabric on 4 sides of the building with 2 vehicular points that are pretty minimized, honestly, based on the relation of the overall mass. So, I mean, this is a really nice solution that frankly couldn't happen without alley being vacated.
Mr. Hawkins?
Thank you, no. I don't want to belabor the point.
Okay.
The hour's late.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed?
Aye.
Aye. So,
Opposed.
or no?
Yeah, no.
So 3 ayes and 2 noes. Motion passes. Could we please read the next item into the record?
Petition
Petition PB-19-160 SUP CHW, petition for special use permit to increase residential density from 60 units an acre to 80 units an acre in order to construct a total of 210 multifamily units located on parcels between Northwest 5th Avenue, Northwest 13th Street, Northwest 4th Place, and Northwest 14th Street, and a portion of the block south of Northwest 4th Place.
Madam Chair, board members, Jason Simmons, Department of Sustainable Development. This request is for a special use permit to allow an additional 20 units per acre on the development site, which is about 2.62 acres in size. And that would be to allow for a multiple-story, multifamily development. So if granted, the special use permit would increase the allowable residential units on the development site from 157 units based on the current 60 units per acre allowed by right. And that would increase that to 210 units, which would be 80 units per acre. The intent is the redevelopment of the entire block from Northwest 5th Avenue on the north to Northwest 13th Street to the east, Northwest 14th Street to the west, and Northwest 4th Place to the south. Here are the subject properties shaded. You see the basic square between 13th, 14th, and 5th Avenue, and then the one piece down here south of Northwest 4th Place, which would be the area for the townhouses. The zoning is urban 8, and again, it's about 2.626 acres in size. Again, this is an aerial, again, just showing. This is 4th Place here. The right of way to be vacated is right in here. And again, here's the aerial view looking west of the subject area, and then that area south of 4th Place for the townhouses would be located in here between Jackson Square and the Columbia Dispensary here. These are just some views in the neighborhood. A view down 4th Lane. You've got the view at the corner of 13th Street and Northwest 5th Avenue. You see in this shot on 13th Street, the old tropical dry cleaners. This is a shot of 4th Place. Again, the townhouses would be located here. And then a shot up Northwest 14th Street, looking to the north. Again, the generalized rendering of what's being proposed. This is 4th Place, which would be redesigned into the Woonif. This is 14th Street. Now this is a view of the level 1 plan for the development. Again, 13th Street, 5th Avenue. You see here would be where the Woonif would be located. This is the area for the townhouses down here between 4th Place and Northwest 3rd Place down here. Here's 14th Street to the west, and the main entrance into the parking garage is shown located here. Just north of that opening is also an opening for pedestrians and bicycles to access the interior of the development. Again, here's a sort of a more detailed view of that level 1. You see access into the parking garage and then how the units surround it. You've got the proposed courtyard here, and then the related uses associated with the residential units, the office space, the study hall area, the workout space, concierge space, the mail storage room, etc., would be on that corner area from 5th Avenue along Northwest 13th Street. And here's some elevations of the townhouses that would be on the south side of Northwest 4th Place. So we have to look at the special use permit criteria. These things have to be met prior to approval of the special use permit. Whether the proposed use is consistent with the Land Development Code. It is. The use is allowed by right in the Urban 8 Transect Zone. The special use permit is needed only to increase the total number of units in the proposed development. As far as D is concerned, whether the development is compatible with existing land uses in the area and the existing land use pattern and future uses. This development is part of, or what is intended to help serve, as I mentioned in the right-of-way application, to serve some of the newer mixed uses that are developing and redeveloping in that area that have, commercial uses, be it the Standard or the Publix or whatever commercial might go in where the Gainesville mixed use is. You have the gate station across the street to the north. We had a rezoning, I don't know, it was last year, 2018, for a property just to the north of this subject property where we upzoned it to Urban 5. Part of the rationale was, again, providing more residences in this or near this corridor, this commercial corridor area, to have more residences to access and patronize the existing and future businesses, commercial businesses along that strip. So this would further that desire to bring more residences and more people into the area. The Urban 8 zoning of the subject property is the same as properties to the south and to the east across Northwest 13th Street. You've got, again, the Hub 2, which is under construction, I guess, the Publix. You've got the Standard down the street. You've got comparable heights as far as these developments are concerned. The maximum height here, well, it's 5 stories by right, 6 stories with bonus requirements. You got the gate across the street, which is move the building up closer to the street to provide that more urban realm along 13th Street. That's zoned Urban 6. So we feel that the proposal is compatible with the existing land use pattern and takes into account the future uses that will occur in and around the area. The proposed use of the subject property is allowable within the Urban 8 zoning district. The additional density will not adversely impact the health, safety, and welfare of the general public. Ingress and egress points to the property are in compliance with the requirements of the city's Land Development Code. The proposed development has the parking garage internal to the site, and it connects to the existing public sidewalk. The WUNF, to be located on 4th Place, provides further bike and pedestrian access from heavy automobile activity. As far as E goes, in terms of impacts or possible adverse impacts on single-family residential areas, there is no adjacent single-family residential areas around here. There's no property zoned for single-family residential use. The proposed use is not expected to produce noise, glare, exterior lighting, or odors that wouldn't typically be expected for residential development. The parking is interior and that would prevent impacts on surrounding properties. There is adequate provision for the refuse and service loading areas, which would be accessed, as Mr. Diedenbach pointed out, off of the WUNF in Northwest 4th Place. Those areas are internal to the building and screened by the building. Necessary utilities are available to the subject property, including potable water, wastewater, electric cable, and high-speed internet. Compatibility buffers for separating differing land uses are not required as surrounding properties have the same or similar land use. Again, as far as the hours of operation, this is a residential development that's really not applicable, and there's no single-family residential use nearby. The special use permit involves a request for additional density where multifamily is a permitted use. Special requirements for multifamily development is outlined in section 30-4.8 and include additional regulations when property abuts single-family property, which it doesn't in this case. And there is a bedroom limit for properties located within the University of Florida context area that has or will be applied to this property when they come in for the development plan. Let's see. So with that, staff finds that the proposed development does meet all the special use permit criteria. And as such, staff recommends approval of petition PB-19-160 SUP with the staff conditions and comments from the technical review committee's review. All of the technical review committee either approved it or approved it for board review or had no review required. I'll be happy to answer any questions, but the applicants, again, have a presentation for you as well.
Thank you, Mr. Simmons. Before we move on, we're running up on our time limit.
Yes, we are.
I don't think that we can do public comment and an applicant presentation and vote and do the information item and have board member comments and adjourn in 5 minutes. I just don't think that's possible, so.
I will offer, Madam Chair, a highly abbreviated presentation on mine to help you with your timing.
I still don't think we'll do it in 4 minutes.
Oh, no, I agree.
So,
Madam Chair, I move that we extend the meeting to 10:20.
it's way past.
I'm
10.
sorry, 11:20.
It's already so late.
I already want to be home.
I've been up since 4:30. I would like to be home too.
Okay, I move we extend the meeting to 11:20.
11:20?
11:20.
Okay. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Motion passes 3-2. Does
Elected
anybody have
vote.
any questions or comments for Mr. Simmons? Seeing none, Mr. Diedenbach?
Who is going to go really quickly as soon as the presentation gets up here.
Dance, Jerry, dance.
There we go. All right. Good evening, and this is your last item, and I promise I will do this in probably about 10 minutes or less. All right. Thank you for the opportunity, and we really appreciate you approving the last motion. We are here now to request a special use permit. Plain and simple, on the 2 acres, this is going to allow 108 more people to live on this property 3.5-4 blocks north of the University of Florida campus. That's the summary. You know, the intent is to develop a multi-story residential structure with amenities as well as townhomes to the south. We properly advertised this quasi-judicial event for tonight, and we conducted the neighborhood workshop. And one thing that we did really different based on some of the previous applications that had come forward, we actually sat down and had a series of meetings with the city's architect, Sarit Sella. I know she couldn't be here tonight. I don't know if she relayed any comments to Andrew, but we spoke to her as recently as yesterday. But Ms. Adrienne Mogi here, who is our project architect from Niles Bolton, Alan Rogers, the project engineer from the project, as well as Mr. Travis Hasty, who is our project engineer, have all been working collectively together with the city's architect to come up with this design. So the existing conditions, really quickly. We are on the 5-lane highway of 441 and 5th Avenue here. Today, what you see when you're sitting at the traffic light looking south is you see what used to be gas stations here, and it's Boost Mobile and some automobile repair, and then you see the wall of the Standard down here to the south. You see the dispensary and Krispy Kreme here. When we sat down, we knew that we could do better on this, going around the block. That's the way Fifth Avenue looks today. This is 14th looking down toward campus here. This is next to Jackson Square where the Wooners will be created. And this is 14th Street looking east, and you can see the Cricket Wireless over there on the other side of 13th Street. This is the relationship that we have today. That's why we wanted to do some enhanced living street here, because we've got that as our boundary to where we're going to create a multi-story building. And that's what our face looks like on 13th Street. It's an anemic place that we can much, much more enhance with more residents living here in the context area. I bring this aerial to point here because as we showed you in the right-of-way vacation, this is nowhere near the highest and best use for this. The sketches that you saw with this right-of-way being vacated allow us to consolidate this into a singular parcel, and it has existing urban mixed-use land use and U8 zoning on it. So the proposed development, as we showed before, is a residential wrap that goes around the entire garage area, and then we brought the amenities which can be converted in the future to commercial space here on the corner and then down 13th to activate the 13th Street corridor. Courtyards are in the center here, and then the urban realm is created here with the Woonerf being created right through here. These are going to be townhomes. In creating this palette, one of the first things that Sarit said was we need to see a really playful sort of building. And as I sort of stated last time, elevations don't do a whole lot for us when we look at these because, you know, we look at pictures, but what really impacts us is what we have out there today. You see a few people walking down here, but you see almost continuous curb cuts and an unhealthy urban environment. So we came up with some concept sketches as what if we got rid of the turn lanes here, and what if we brought the pavement out? And it made me think of the days of Chuck Woods when he was talking about how we need to create more pedestrian realm here. Well, those sketches grew into more color type renderings, and we talked about actually having a Sharrow exist here on 5th so that we gave bicyclists coming out of the neighborhood priority here. But you can see what we've done is we've actually moved the urban realm and pushed the building back as far as possible to meet that transect zone standard. From the northwest, those sketches kind of evolved to creating a building that looks like that. From this side, again, now you're starting to see a little bit of color as the design matures. Here's the courtyard area. Here's 13th Street activated. Here's where the Woonerf will be placed, right here on 4th Place, north of the dispensary. And here are the townhome units sitting in here. And it gets a little bit more fun because as you keep maturing the design and realize what you have today and what you could have in the future, you really see that by doing things right, you can actually create a different development pattern. Those sketches got us to this point. This is the actual building. And as you can see, I love this picture especially. And Adrienne and her staff did a wonderful job because this really depicts the whole discussion about scale and massing. You can see, here's UF. Here are the apartment complexes that exist through what we used to call the student ghetto. Here is a modest 5-story building with an internal parking garage tucked inside of it, an internal courtyard. But look at the realm that we've created here on 13th Street by pushing the building back, pulling the street trees out to the edge to create protected pedestrian areas, as well as integrating in here a dedicated drop-off for driver services such as Lyft and Uber and all, as well as packages, because our mailroom is centralized and in here. That's the 13th Street view. If you were across the street at El Indio looking at it, the commercial uses come down 13th Street, and as you wrap the corner and start to go around the Woonerf, the residential units start to be introduced. So we have playful elements of colorful architecture in here, balconies that extend out that are actually usable with elements of canopies that repeat themselves, as well as fins that put the project name on the side of the building. And what I always like is the nighttime shot. This shows the activated urban space on 13th Street, where today you have vacant buildings and open land. I showed you that slide before, but in the interest of time, I've said that I would be brief. We would greatly appreciate, instead of me going through every one of these slides and talking about the merit of what we're trying to do here, if you would allow this building on this site to have 108 more people living in here by approving a special use permit that'll take our density from 60 to 80 dwelling units per acre. So that's a little bit of the design that you can see that's coming forward, and we're working with the CRA on that aspect of it. And those are the townhomes. They'll be in character and scale to Jackson Square, which is 3 stories next to it. So we'll have 3-story next to 3-story. We're consistent with all the criteria. Ryan did a phenomenal job of going through point by point, which I'm not going to use on here. There was the color and palette materials that demonstrate consistency of form. And I just want to get to the last one so you all can get home. Pool's inside the courtyard, actually. And so, yep. I heard the call from the audience, where's the pool? So, again, in the interest of time, we certainly appreciate your attention to this. We appreciate your support on the vacation of the right-of-way. What this special use permit is seeking to do, and mathematically what it equates to, is putting 108 more people that much closer to the University of Florida as opposed to another apartment complex on Tower Road or on Archer Road. So based on the competent substantial evidence presented, and all your staff departments have reviewed this, we had our TRC meeting this morning. We're continuing to move forward, hopefully with your support on this request. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dietenbach. Does anybody have any questions or comments for the applicant? I just have one comment. Mr. Blythe, go ahead.
Just one. Is the Wooner locked into this approval? Can it go away?
It is not going to go away because the way that we've got this set, this building has to be served by a trash truck, and it has to have GRU transformers and things like that. Those things have to exist, and the maneuvering has to exist in the private space. So when you pull off of the Wooner, that gives us a load-in, load-out area that's on private property, so there's no maneuvering of large trucks, so it's not going away.
Okay.
And we can, and you can make that.
Right. I think it's such a great trade-off on public property, so they're,
And we're so proud to be able to say we get to do the first one.
Yeah.
My only comment would be, I think it's a good project. It's just we've seen a lot of things lately, and it's not just from you guys, where people are asking for density bonuses and things like that, and they're allowed within the code, and that's great. And you're not required to do affordable housing when you get a density bonus. But there's been no mention of affordable housing, and I think we would be remiss to not make note of that and not encourage developers to be thinking about that when they're bringing these proposals forward. I, for one, would be much more willing to award density bonuses if there was affordable housing as a consideration in the proposal. So I'm not saying that I'm not going to support this, but I'm just saying that would be something that I would like to see as proposals like this come forward in the future.
We will continue to try to push, and we have some clients that are looking at that for the Gainesville market, but not on this one.
I understand. Thank you, Mr. Dietenbach. Any other questions or comments from the board? Seeing none, I'll open it to the public if anybody wishes to speak to this item, and I would ask you could make your comments brief if there are anybody.
Have all your people been sentenced to the plan board?
This speaks for itself, so I vote for it.
Thank you, Mr. Shepherd. Is there anybody else who wishes to speak to this item? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. Do we have any comments or a motion?
Madam Chair?
Mr. Ackerman?
I think this is
another project that has internalized an awful lot of the goals and policies that the city's trying to do. It clearly adds some density in a place that's sorely lacking it. It's a pretty good-looking project. I would move that the plan board approve PB-19-160 SUP and make the findings required in the LDC, as well as based on the staff report and whatever recommendations and conditions are contained in that. And I would make it a requirement that the Wooner roof be maintained in essentially the same condition that it was shown to us tonight.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? Second. Mr. Blythe seconds. Any comments? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. All right, moving on to our final item. I believe we have an information item this evening. Can we do it in 12 minutes? Ms. McClellan, is there an issue?
Can I get a point of clarification? Did all of the board members?
Yes, we all voted aye.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh,
We still have our meeting that we're doing,
All right.
Mr. Shepherd. We're not done
we're
yet.
still meeting, yep.
The last item, at the last meeting, Board Member Hawkins had requested an update on the Land Development Code updates that were discussed last year between the Plan Board and City Commission. I did provide an email, you've probably all seen it, with a summary of kind of where those items are at. So I guess it's, if you have
So
any
there's
questions.
an email we could read right now and not stay?
Yes. So there's that email. If you have any questions, let us know. Did you have any questions in particular tonight?
I think Mr. Hawkins has a question.
Only 11 minutes worth of comments. No, I would like for us to talk about this. Night's not the time, obviously. And my big issue is the rate we're going. We're not like we should be on a path to reasonably complete these items. 18 months after last July when we started, and we're not. And when we've got an agenda that's packed with future land use requests from private landowners, but not the things that the commission has asked us to do, I look at that agenda and I'm like, why? Why don't we take this list and make it the priority? And that's what I want us to do. And I would like for us to talk about that. But let's do it at the next meeting. Without objection, would staff put this on the next agenda for an information item 2 and hopefully we're done at a reasonable hour? Thank you.
All right, do we have any other board member comments for tonight?
Oh, but I did also want to mention, we do have scheduled at the next meeting, guest speaker Linda Dixon from UF to give us an update on the campus master plan.
So much fun.
So.
Are there 7 items on the agenda as of now?
There's probably going to be 7 to 10 items on the next agenda as well.
So we may be looking at an 11 o'clock postponed discussion again, I think is what they're trying to say.
But just to let you know what's coming up.
Can we bump those items and instead do the thing?
Or the board
Referral
can always call special meetings, could meet more times.
I don't have a day off until April, so.
I mean, that's my comment may have sounded farcical, but I'm entirely serious. Like, if there's land use changes on our next agenda, let's take them off and instead prioritize as much as we can from our commission list.
Keeping in mind just that, it costs people a lot of money to come see us and then to just
The
send them
proportion
off.
of the budget that comes from the city commission, the taxpayers, far outweighs what we get from fee revenue. I mean, we don't need to get.
I'm not even
let's
talking
say
about
that.
fee revenue, I'm talking about the investment in our city, which is substantial. Each of these projects are 50 million bucks.
The land use changes are not special use permits. They're items that we.
I don't want to argue with you
Okay.
tonight anymore.
Thank you. Thank you for the discretion, Madam Chair.
Do we have any other comments for this evening? Our next meeting date will be March 26th, 2020 at 6:30. I believe we're still in this chamber. And with that, I call this meeting adjourned.